Hey everybody, it's Colorless, and welcome to my Lost Caverns of Ixalan set review. In this video, I'll be going over every card in the set and rating them based on their viability in draft and sealed. Before we get into the cards, let's quickly go over the rating scale for this set review. At the S tier, we have overpowered bombs. These are the kind of cards that you are hoping to open before you even enter the event. You always got your fingers crossed looking for something this insane. The A tier are your bomb level cards you're always going to pack one, pick one, cards that will basically always be the strongest cards in your deck. At the B tier, we have great cards. These are going to be the weaker rares in the format and the stronger uncommons, cards that are strong enough to really try to pull you into their colors when you see them later in the draft pods, cards that could get you to pivot and really keep your eyes on what's going on there. At the C tier, we have good playables. Once the packs dry up a little bit and it's down to mostly commons, these are the cream of the crop commons, the really solid commons that make up the bread and butter of your decks. At the D tier, we have bad filler. These are the weaker commons in the format, the kind of cards that are a little bit overcosted or understated, and are just generally weaker than a lot of the other playables, but they still technically function as magic cards, and sometimes you don't have enough powerful non-land cards, and these have to be your 20th to 23rd best cards that fill out your deck a little bit. And at the F tier, we have unplayable cards. These are cards you should never play. Most of these are designed specifically for constructed formats and just don't work in their respective draft and sealed environments. Now that we've got the rating scale out of the way, let's get familiarized with the set's mechanics. So, starting off the mechanics, we have Craft. Craft is a transform mechanic that allows you to spend a specific mana cost as well as exile a specific permanent from your battlefield or graveyard to transform your craft card. With the landmark, that example is going to be Craft with Artifact for 2 and a white. So, at sorcery speed for 2 and a white, you can exile another artifact you control or an artifact from your graveyard to flip the landmark into the Otaclan Levitator. Next up, we have the return of the Explore mechanic. Explore is a mechanic that is on creatures that allows you to reveal the top card of your library, put that card into your hand if it's a land, otherwise you put a +1/+1 counter onto this creature and put the card back or into your graveyard. So Explore is a solid card advantage and card selection mechanic, but the issue with Explore is that it only works on creatures, so it's just going to be creatures that enter the battlefield and Explore, or deal combat damage to somebody and Explore, something like that. They have gotten around that restriction this time around, though, by adding map tokens. Now there are some non-creature spells that can produce map tokens, as well as some creatures that can produce map tokens, and those tokens allow you to spend 1 mana, tap, and sacrifice them to have target creature you control explore. Then we have the 3 different Descend mechanics. It is important to note that Descend and Fathomless Descent are just ability words, so you don't really need to know or understand these at all. They're kind of just reminders to help simplify what's going on here. So with Didact Echo, it has Descend 4, which clues you in that the Didact Echo wants you to have 4 or more permanents in your graveyard, but it still spells out the whole ability. Didact Echo has flying as long as there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. With Chupacabra Echo, it has the Fathomless Descent ability word, which means it has an ability that's going to get better based on the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. With the Chupacabra Echo, it says when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So again, with Descend and Fathomless Descent, it's always just going to tell you exactly what this card is doing based on the number of permanents in your graveyard, but the Descend ability helps clue you in that you want to have a lot of permanents in your graveyard. Finally, with Child of the Volcano, we're showing off the Descended mechanic. With the Volcano, at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it, and you have descended if a permanent card was put into your graveyard from anywhere. So if you mill a permanence or discard a permanence or one of your permanents on the board happens to die, then you will have descended that turn. The one thing to note about this mechanic is that it cares about specifically permanent cards being put into your graveyard. So if you sacrifice a treasure token, a map token, a sapperling token, anything like that, while those cards will still technically die and trigger cards that care about death triggers, they will not trigger your descended cards. And last but not least, we have the Discover mechanic. This is sort of a returning mechanic, very similar to Cascade from Alara Reborn, and it says that when you discover 3, you get to exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less. You can cast that card without paying its mana cost, or put it into your hand, and then put the rest of the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. So this is a really sweet, really fun, kind of high variance card advantage mechanic where you're flipping spells and getting to cast something for free alongside whatever else your Discover spell is doing. And now that we've gone over all the mechanics, let's dive first into the set review, starting with the multicolored spells. First up, we have Abuelo Ancestral Echo. They're 1 a white and a blue for a legendary 2/2 spirit with flying and ward 2. For 1 a white and a blue, you can exile another target creature or artifact you control and return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So if you have the extra mana up, you can use Abuelo to help protect any of your other creatures and artifacts from removal spells or anything like that, but Abuelo cannot protect themselves outside of that ward 2, and a 2/2 flying ward 2 is fine for the 3 mana. It would be pretty good if it were a monocolored card, but definitely the restrictive mana cost does pull it back a bit. If you've got some great enter the battlefield effects, you could try to abuse those with Abuelo's ability as well, which is pretty interesting, but definitely not like a slam dunk, instant, immediately powerful card by itself, more of a B tier spell than an A powered just bomb rare. Next up is Akwali the Seething Tower. For 1 a black and a green, you get a 3/3 legendary fungus. It has Descend 4, so as long as there are 4 or more permanents in your graveyard, it has +2/+2 and Trample, and Descend 8, as long as there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. It gets an additional +2/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So a 3/3 for 3 is a solid stat line straight up. Not a great stat line for a multicolored spell, but a 3 mana 5/5 Trample is already pretty absurd, and if you can live in Magical Christmas Land, where you get 8 permanents in your graveyard, obviously a 3 mana 7/7 Trample that can't be blocked by more than 1 creature is gonna win almost all combat engagements it ends up in. Sometimes you might play against the dinosaur deck and maybe it doesn't get in, but the vast majority of the time it'll get in there. So the real question here is going to be how easy it is to get that many permanents in your graveyard, because that very heavily impacts how powerful the card is, which makes this quite a bit of a build around. It really depends on what's in your deck. If you have a good amount of self-mill, a good amount of ways to fill your graveyard with permanents, the card gets a lot better, and if you don't, the card gets a lot worse. The more instants and sorceries you're running in the deck, the less permanents that you have to fill that graveyard. So again, really depends on your deck's makeup, so certainly a build-around kind of card, but in the right deck, this should be a 3 mana 5/5 Trample quite a lot of the time in the mid to late game. Now Descend 8, even in a dedicated Descend deck, I think is still going to be pretty difficult to hit, because when you're talking 8 permanents in your graveyard, that's like a quarter of your deck being in your graveyard, which takes quite a lot of time without a lot of extra support. So I still think the vast majority of this time, this is going to be like a 5/5 Trample at best, but when you're super, super dedicated to Descend, it can do some spicy things. Generally, I'm going to give this a build around B. Very deck dependent. Really do have to have some cards to work with it. You don't want to shove it into just anything, but A 3-mana card that plays as a 5/5 trample, like turn 6 onward in the right deck, is pretty great. Next up is Amalia Benavides Aguirre. For a white and a black, you get a 2/2 legendary vampire scout. They've got a ward cost where your opponent has to pay 3 life to target them, and whenever you gain life, they explore. Then you get to destroy all other creatures if Amalia's power is exactly 20. So that last line is just flavor text in Draft and Sealed. That is not going to happen in Limited, but there are a couple ways to gain life in the format. There's no dedicated life gain theme, no dedicated life gain mechanic or archetype or anything, so she's not going to be incredibly powerful, but I still feel like you can get an okay amount of value getting a couple extra explore triggers off of her, but she's never going to do anything insane. So I'm just going to give Amalia just a solid build around C. Next up is the Ancient One. For a blue and a black, you get an 8/8 legendary spirit god. The drawback is that it has Descend 8. It can't attack or block unless there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard. But it does have an activated ability of 2 a blue and a black to draw a card, then discard a card, and when you discard a card this way, target player mills cards equal to its mana value. So this is a pretty interesting build around. Obviously, the idea is to play a very dedicated Descend deck, and you want to have a lot of instants as well. This plays really well with like 4-mana counterspells and stuff where you get to hold up your counterspell or your instant speed removal or something, and when you don't need to cast it, you get to use this activated ability for a little bit of value. Maybe a little bit of mill could be interesting, but it's quite a lot of mana to dirtle around and not impact the board in any way. 2 mana, you don't impact the board until you have 8 permanents engrave, and then 4 mana every time you want to draw a card, discard a card. Yes, you get to try to mill your opponent out or mill yourself to add to your Descend, but that is still quite a lot of mana for the mana sink, so it's really going to be dependent on the format's speed and the power of these more controlling kind of decks. But my gut, based on the speed of recent draft formats in general, says that this is probably just a bit too slow and too dirtily to really be a powerful build around, while it is going to be a pretty fun one. The one thing it really does have going for it that's kind of an added bonus that I think is pretty cool is that this is a set with a lot of graveyard shenanigans, so you could certainly pair up against somebody who's already milling themselves a lot and maybe try to use this to just finish them off with the full mill. So that could be pretty cool. But I think generally, getting this to turn into an 8/8 is going to take quite some time. And if you're dumping that much mana towards just trying to mill yourself, you are really spending a lot of time and mana and resources not affecting the board, which can be rough in a lot of matchups. So despite it being a really fun, really cool mythic rare, I think I'm still just going to have to give it around a B. Next up is Anim Pakal, Thousandth Moon. For 1 a red and a white, you get a legendary 1/2 human soldier, and whenever you attack with 1 or more non-gnome creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on them and create X 1/1 gnome artifact creature tokens that are tapped and attacking, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on them. So the first time you attack, you're attacking with a 2/3 and a 1/1. The second time you attack, you're attacking with a 3/4 and 2 additional 1/1s, and if your old 1/1 is left, then you're attacking with 3 1/1s there. This is a snowballing army in a can style effect where the longer it goes on uninterrupted, the scarier it gets, and even if your opponent has the removal to kill them pretty quickly, if they didn't kill them before you got 1 attack off, you're still leaving at least 1 1/1 token behind, getting a little bit of a 2-for-1 on your opponent in that way, where they spent 1 spell to kill like half of what this got you. And again, the longer it goes on, if you get like 3 attacks off this thing, it does not matter if your opponent finds removal at that point, because you've gotten 3 attacks off, so you've gotten like 6 gnomes total. You got 1 the first time, 2 the second time, 3 the third time. card is busted, it demands an immediate answer or it will completely take over the game, and it has added flexibility where it doesn't even have to declare an attack. If you have another non-gnome creature, you can just attack with your other human or vampire or anything like that to get this trigger and spit out more gnomes. So completely ridiculous, incredibly powerful card. I'm putting that one in the S tier. Next up is Bartolome del Presidio. For a white and a black, you get a 2/1 legendary vampire knight that has a very nice instant speed activated ability. Sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Bartolome. Very simple, very elegant design, but a very powerful mechanic. When your opponent uses any removal spells on anything other than Bartolome, you get to just sacrifice them for free and get your +1/+1 counter on this, because it just doesn't have that usual restriction that they've been putting on all these kind of cards, where you can only do it at sorcery speed. So the fact that you can do this at instant speed helps this card quite a lot. With Descend as a mechanic, where you have some cards that care about the number of permanents in your graveyard, some cards that care about when you're putting permanents into your graveyard specifically, you can get a lot of just surprise extra value off this as well. Like if you have some card that is like Descend 4, this now has Death Touch or something, then you get to like attack with that. If they block with something you can kill with Death Touch, you can just at instant speed throw your creature or artifact in grave out of nowhere. It's just a lot of extra little flexibility there. I think this is going to be a really solid, really fun build around, and there's plenty of random tokens and things you can produce to buff up Bartolome. Bartolome gets a very solid build around Signpost Uncommon B. Next up is the Belligerent. For 2, a blue and a red, you get a 5/5 vehicle. You have to accrue it for 3. But whenever it attacks, you create a treasure token, and until the end of turn, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you can play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. So a 4-mana 5/5 crew 3 vehicle is pretty overcosted, not that great, so you really need to be getting value off of the attack trigger to make this worth it. But that attack trigger has some tremendous value, because it's not just that you can play the top card of your library, it's you can play the top card of your library until the end of your turn. So if the top card of your library is a land, you can play that land. If that next card is a spell, you can then play that spell. And if there's another spell under that, you might be able to play 3 cards off the top. So good amounts of value you can get going there, but it is restrictive in the way you use it, where you have to keep attacking with this to get that value. So you have to keep having enough power on the board to crew this. Yeah, we've seen similar kinds of effects that let you play cards from the top of your library, and they can stack into pretty good card advantage, but this one is more restrictive than those for a pretty similar mana cost, where you're only getting this value if you're in a board state where you can keep crewing it and attacking him with a 5/5. So I think this being really similar to those card draw effects makes it a pretty easy comparison, where those are pretty solid. I'd probably put them at the A tier, but this is basically those kind of spells, but slightly more restrictive, which drops it down a tier. I think this is probably a solid B. Next up is Caparocti Sunborn. And my apologies if I'm mispronouncing anything here. This is my first time seeing a lot of these cards and names like this. This is 2 a red and a white for a 4/4 legendary human soldier. Whenever the Sunborn attacks, you may tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control to discover 3. So 4 mana 4/4 is a fine stat line. You gotta have some stuff on the board to tap for this, but if you do, you are grinding out a lot of value. Discover 3 is at worst draw a non-land card that has mana value 3 or less out of your deck. So it is card advantage at worst that can be hitting some decent little spells. I think this is pretty dang solid. I think I'm just going to give it another solid Signpost Uncommon build around B that we've been seeing on a lot of these cards. Next up is Captain Storm Cosmium Raider, a blue and a red for a 2/2 legendary human pirate. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target pirate you control. So obviously, another build around, because up front, a 2-mana 2/2 that's color restrictive is not very good, but there are map tokens in this format, there are treasure tokens in this format, there are artifact creatures and artifact permanents in general. There are a lot of ways to get some +1/+1 counters going, and honestly, if you get a single +1/+1 counter, you've already done it. You already got there. You just play this turn 2 and play something that makes a treasure or a map turn 3, and you've already just cast a 2-mana 3/3. Once you get the second +1/+1 counter is where you're really happy. This is super solid, a really fun build around as well. I expect to be drafting this card a lot of times, giving this one another solid B. Then we have a Deep Fathom Echo. 2, a green and a blue for a 4/4 Merfolk Spirit. At the beginning of combat on your turn, it explores. Then you can have it become a copy of another creature you control until end of turn. Well, this is a solid value engine here. A 4-mana 4/4 that keeps digging through the top card of your library, letting you keep putting counters on the Echo or just drawing a bunch of lands, getting those out of the way. Helps trigger all of your Descend cards because you can be putting your non-land cards in the graveyard with those Explore triggers if you want. And if somehow you get something on the board that's bigger than a 4/4, you can just be like, okay, I'm just going to make this a copy of my gigantic dinosaur now or something. That's just like extra flexibility the card didn't need to already be very solid. So pretty happy with this. This is a nice little card advantage engine alongside a solid sturdy body. We're giving this just solid A. Pack one, pick one, this thing. Next up is Gishath Sun's Avatar. This is a reprint from the original Ixalan. It's 5, a red, a green, and a white, so 8 mana total for a 7/6 legendary dinosaur avatar. It's got Vigilance, Trample, and Haste, and when it deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library. Put any number of dinosaurs from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom in a random order. So this is going to be a really interesting card to try to evaluate because it's very dependent, like a lot of these high mana value cards, on the speed of the format. I'm hopeful that this is going to be one of the slower sets of the year because they've put so many different mechanics that are a lot stronger in longer games of Magic, which does give this a big buff. But if Gishath showed up in Wilds of Eldraine or Phyrexia All Will Be One, even if Gishath was like when you deal combat damage to a player, put any number of creatures from among them into your hand, like regardless, if it didn't care about dinosaurs, if it lets you draw creatures, it would probably be pretty weak in those formats because you just can't make it to 8 mana reliably. So that's the big issue here, the only thing really dragging down Gishath. But I am hopeful that this format is going to be a bit slower than some of the most aggressive sets of the year, and you will have time to get to your big 8 mana dinosaur in the right deck that has dedicated some slots to mana ramp. There are some mana dorks, some mana ramp spells that you could use to get to this, and for that reason, I am going to give it a little bit of a hesitant A, but I'm still going to give it an A. Again, very dependent on the speed of the format. If this is a really aggressive set like Wilds of Eldraine or Phyrexia All Will Be One, then despite the card's power level, it still has to drop down to like a C+, just because it's so hard to get to that 8 mana. But for now, I'm hoping for a slower format. I'm hoping you can get there with some ramp spells into casting your Gishath at the top end of your dino decks. Next up is Itzkeenth, Firstborn of Gishath, a red and a green for a 2/3 legendary dinosaur with haste. When it enters the battlefield, you can pay 2. When you do, target dinosaur you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature. So at worst, you can play this as a 4 mana 2/3 haste that deals 2 to any target, which is already pretty good. And obviously, if you have a bigger dinosaur on the board when you play this, you can kill even bigger creatures. Very solid, very clear, powerful signpost uncommon to build around. Another solid B. Then we have Kellen Daring Traveler, 1 and a white for a 2/3. It's a legendary human fairy scout. They've got an adventure, which is very interesting, because adventure just being an Eldraine mechanic. This is, I think, the only adventure card in the set. So for 1 green mana, you can journey on. At sorcery speed, you create X map tokens, where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who control an artifact. So 1 mana, get a map token at worst. Sometimes you will actually get 2, because again, there are map tokens and treasure tokens and artifact creatures and stuff your opponents might have. So get a map token that you can explore with later. And off of the 2 mana 2/3 body, you also have the ability, whenever Kellen attacks, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card with mana value 3 or less, put it into your hand. Otherwise, you may put it into your graveyard. So at worst, Kellen surveils every turn, letting you look at the top card and put it in the grave if you don't want it. At best, Kellen might be drawing you extra cards. Plus, if you play the Journey on Adventure, you're getting an Explorer no matter what from that map token, even if they kill Kellen immediately. This is a great, great value play. Kellen gets a very solid A. Next up, we have Kutzil Malamet Exemplar, 1 a green and a white for a 3/3 legendary cat warrior. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, and whenever 1 or more creatures you control with power greater than its base power deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So this is incentivizing you to buff your creatures with equipment, auras, +1/+1 counters, +1/+1 till end of turn effects, really any way to do that. But if you are doing that, you're drawing extra cards, which is pretty great. It is obviously a build around, because by itself, it does, I was going to say literally nothing, but it does shut off counter spells and stuff by stopping your opponents from casting spells during your turn. But you really, really do need other support. You need ways to buff it at the very least to start drawing those cards. But being able to potentially draw an extra card every turn is quite powerful. I think I give this just, again, another solid B, but I'm actually going to drop down to C+ on this one. I felt like a lot of the other signpost uncommons were a little easier to get working, a little less restrictive, but having to get a bunch of +1/+1 counters and stuff, I think is just a little bit weaker to drop Kutzil down to the C+ tier. Next up, we've got Master's Guide Mural. This is 3 and a white and a blue for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you create a 4/4 white and blue golem artifact creature token. And for 7 mana, you can exile an artifact from the battlefield or your graveyard to flip this into the manufactory. This can tap and create a 4/4 white and blue golem only if this or another artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay, so it's a 5 mana 4/4 up front. Then, if you make it to 7 mana, by that time there should pretty much be an artifact in your graveyard on average, if you're building around this just a little bit. So once you hit 7 mana, you get another 4/4, and from then on you can try to get more every turn that you make a treasure, a map, any artifact creatures and stuff like that. Get a lot of value off this card. It's pretty slow. Another one of these cards that definitely means that Wizards is at least trying to make this a slower format, giving us some of these really powerful, grindier cards like this. And I'm hopeful for these kind of cards. It's a lot of value here. So again, solid signpost uncommon, fits into that B range. Then we've got a Molten Collapse, a black and red for a sorcery. You can choose one, or if you descended this turn, you may choose both instead. You can destroy target creature or planeswalker, or destroy a non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. This is just premium removal. 2 mana for a removal spell that can destroy any creature or planeswalker is just already great in limited. And this is a little more flexible than that, where you might be able to kill some kind of tiny non-land permanent, like their map token or their treasure token alongside it if you descended the turn you cast it. I mean, the second part's not that strong in Draft and Seal. That's clearly for constructed, but it's still added value. It still makes the card slightly better. This is just a great, great, great removal spell. This is just solid B+ tier here. even though it's a multicolored spell. Next up, we have the Myco Tyrant, 1 a black and a green for a legendary Elder Fungus. It's got trample, and its power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control that are fungi and or saplings. And at the beginning of your end step, you create X 1/1 black fungus creature tokens. With this creature can't block, and X is the number of times you descended this turn. So you get X 1/1s, where X is the number of permanents that were put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn. Interesting. Definitely a descend build around. You definitely want to get some self-mill spells as the most consistent way to trigger this. If you can just like mill yourself 4 or something like that. Best way to get multiple permanents hitting your graveyard in one turn. If you never descend, it's a 3 mana 1/1 trample, so it's a very strict build around where it's just not doing anything without descending. But technically, if you haven't built around descend at all, you might every now and then like trade a creature off during your turn, but probably not particularly frequently because your opponent can easily play around that. It's certainly a build around card, but in the right dedicated descend deck that has the self-mill, has the sacrifice outlets, the sacrifice engines, it can do some pretty gross things, spitting out a wide board state and a big tramply fungus. So I'm going to give this a build around B here. I don't know about pack 1 pick oneing this thing every time. Really depends on how much mill there is to go with it. Next up is Nikanzeal Current Conductor, a green and a blue for a legendary 2/3 Merfolk Scout. Whenever a creature you control explores a land card, you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and whenever a creature you control explores a non-land card, you can put a +1/+1 counter on Nikanzeal. So very, very clear blue-green Explore is the place to be there. It's just buffing all of your Explore triggers. Whenever you're drawing a land, you're putting it onto the battlefield immediately. Whenever you are hitting a non-land off the Explorer, you're getting a +1/+1 counter onto the creature that explored and the current conductor. They're a 2 mana 2/3 up front, so they've already got high toughness for the mana value, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I can see myself casting this spell a lot. A lot of that is that Explorer is just already a pretty great value mechanic in blue and green as a color, so I think you're already just going to be playing a lot of Explorer cards regardless of this, but this is a solid extra bit of value when you are doing that kind of thing. Give it the solid build around B. Now we've got a Polani's Hatcher, 3 a red and a green for a 5/3 dinosaur. Other dinosaurs you control have haste. When they enter the battlefield, create 2/0/1 green dinosaur egg creature tokens. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 1 or more eggs, sacrifice an egg, then create a 3/3 dinosaur. So the turn you play this, you get a 5 mana 5/3, a 3/3 haste, and a 0/1. Even if this doesn't stick around long enough to turn the other egg into a 3/3, that's absurd, because the only reason it wouldn't stick around is they spent a removal spell on that, which means they spent a removal spell on your 5/3 and you still got a 3/3 and a 0/1 off of the card. Obviously, if they don't get the removal spell to kill it, then you've got a 5/3 and 2 3/3s for 5 mana, which is nuts. Yeah, that is so much power and toughness for the mana cost spread amongst multiple creatures that this thing has got to go into the S tier. Pack 1 pick 1 this thing every time, and it's the kind of card I'm crossing my fingers to open up heading into future drafts. Next up is Quintorius Kond, 3 a red and a white for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, they deal 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. You can +1 to create a 3/2 red and white spirit token. You can -3 to discover 4, and you can -6 to exile any number of target cards from your graveyard and add a red mana for each card exiled this way. You may play those cards this turn. So just a 5 mana planeswalker that protects itself by making a 3/2 every single turn is gonna be incredibly annoying just up front to deal with. So they'll basically start at 5 loyalty with a 3/2 in front of them, and that's just going to be hard for your opponent to try to chip at. And if they don't chip at the Planeswalker, they're just going to take over the game because you just start beating down with those 3/2s, or start drawing into random cards with the Discover ability. If you ever need to drain your opponent for some life, or you want to drain them for some life, the Discover ability allows you to do that because you're going to flip a random non-land card with mana value 4 or less, and you'll cast that spell for free, and that will be casting it from exile towards Quintorius's ability. Yeah, off the first 2 abilities alone, just a fantastic, fantastic card. S tier Planeswalker, very, very explosive bomb. Now we've got Saheeli the Sun's Brilliance, a blue and a red for a 2/2 legendary human artificer. For a blue and a red, you can tap her and create a token that's a copy of another target creature or artifact you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste and sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So that is a really powerful ability, but it does require you to have specific creatures on the board to be really good. You want some enter the battlefield effects, ideally, or some death triggers, anything like that to make it really powerful. Costing 2 mana alongside the tap and color restricted mana, blue and red, does hinder it a bit. So Saheeli's kind of like if you got a flipped Fable of the Mirror Breaker, except it was more expensive to use the ability, so you can use this on the defensive too. You can make combat really hard for your opponent, right? Because they just never want to attack in if you can just make a copy of one of your creatures and just trade the copy into their attackers. So Saheeli is really annoying once she gets going, but she takes a little bit of time to get going where your opponent can easily find an answer to her and not feel bad about it at all. And without other cards that specifically synergize super well, she's not going to be insane. She is going to take over the game if not dealt with, though, so I think I still got to give her an A here. She's certainly not S tier, but I think she probably is a bit above the B tier when you think of that extra flexibility where you can use this ability at instant speed, just make it impossible for your opponent to attack in, or finding your own attacks is going to be pretty great with her, even without enter the battlefield effects, because you get in this position where if you have a 4/4 on the board and they have creatures big enough to trade into it, you just make a token of the 4/4, and now they have to choose between losing one of their creatures for your card that's just going to get sacrificed anyway, or just taking the 4. Like, it's a pretty powerful, pretty annoying effect there. I think Saheeli gets an A here. Next up, we have Sovereign Okanekahau, 2, a green and a white for a 3/4 legendary cat noble. They've got Ward 2, and whenever they attack, for each creature you control with power greater than their base power, put a number of +1/+1 counters on them equal to the difference. This is pretty similar to the build around Uncommon, where they don't really do anything by themselves, but once you get some stuff on your other creatures, then they do some pretty gross things. I mean, all you have to do is put like a single equipment or +1/+1 counter on any of your creatures, and then you're getting some value off this. And it stacks up to where if they get multiple attacks, it does snowball up. It becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, right? If you put like one +1/+1 counter on any creature you control, and then you attack with that creature and Okanek, that creature now has 2 +1/+1 counters, so the next time it attacks, it'll have 4 +1/+1 counters. Keeps going from there. Obviously, that's a bit of a win more kind of thing where you have to be repeatedly attacking with this thing to get it going, but I don't think it would be that hard to find yourself in a position where this gets just one attack that ends up being pretty gross. So I think the Sovereign over here is going to get a solid A. Now we've got Squirming Emergence, a 1, a black, and a green for a sorcery. It has Fathomless Descent. You can return to the battlefield target non-land permanents in your graveyard with mana value less than or equal to the number of permanents in your graveyard. So if you have 8 permanents in your graveyard, you can reanimate an 8 mana spell for 3. The problem with this, especially in Draft and Sealed, is by the time you have that many permanents in your graveyard, you could probably just afford to cast anything anyway, in which case you might as well have just drawn into the bigger spell. I guess it's got extra flexibility where you can use it earlier in the game to reanimate a smaller card. I don't think this fits into anything except decks with like the dedicated self-mill though. But it's not that exciting, honestly. Yeah, just by the time you can reanimate something really, really massive, you could have just cast it anyway. Like you just play a regular graveyard recursion spell that picks it up from your graveyard, puts it in your hand, and just cast it the normal way. I think Squirming Emergence just gets like a C here. Now we've got Ukbenbach, the Great Mistake, 3 a blue and a black for a 6/4 legendary skeleton horror. It's got Vigilance and Menace, and Descend 8. For 4 blue and a black, you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, but you can only do that if there are 8 or more permanents in your graveyard, and you can only do that at sorcery speed. So the finality counter means that just when it would die, you exile it instead. That is a new counter that they're going to be using in pretty much every set from now on for the cards that get exiled when they die. So, I mean, up front, 3 a blue and a black for a 6/4 Vigilance Menace, like that's some beef for that kind of mana cost. And I think that's most of where this card's power comes in, because again, I think Descend 8's going to be a very, very, very late game ability. But if you get there, you get to that Descend 8, then this is basically 2 6/4s with Vigilance and Menace off one card. You're getting a sick 2-for-1 there, because each time you cast this, it's big for the cost. It's big and spooky. I mean, you look at all those skeletons up there. Yeah, I mean, this gets a solid B, mostly because it's just so big and decently powerful up front. But you get that dedicated Descend deck, you actually get to cast this twice. That could be very, very gross. Bring it up to that B+ tier. Next up, we've got Vito, Fanatic of Atlazots. This is 2 a white and a black for a 4/4 legendary vampire demon with flying. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, you gain 2 life the first time the ability resolves, the second time each opponent loses 2 life, and the third time you get a 4/3 with flying. So it's going to be a pretty annoying card. Black-white does have a lot of sacrifice synergies, as we saw with their Signpost Uncommon. If you have one of the really good like instant speed free ways to sacrifice things, that's where this card gets pretty absurd, but you're still going to need a lot of sacrificial fodder to go alongside it, so doesn't do anything by itself, but I think it's in a color pair that's already wanting to sacrifice quite a bit, and a 4-mana 4/4 flyer is already a pretty solid stat line, so this still gets a solid A here. Next up, we have Wail of the Forgotten. This is a blue and a black for a sorcery with Descend 8. You can choose 1, but if there are 8 or more permanents in your graveyard as you cast the spell, you choose 1 or more. Return an on-land permanent to its owner's hand, target opponent discards a card, or look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand and the rest into your grave. So if you haven't Descended 8, 2 mana to make your opponent discard 1 card is pretty bad. I mean, there's like commons you can pick up that are a 2 mana 1/1 that makes your opponent exile a card from their hand, which is way better than that rate. 2 mana sorcery speed, bounce on on-land permanents, also pretty bad. There's commons in most draft formats that will do 2 mana bounce on on-land permanent at instant speed, and 2 mana, look at the top 3, put 1 into your hand and the rest into your grave. Also pretty mediocre for a multicolored spell like this, so you really need the Descend 8 before this card is that exciting. The flexibility of being able to do any of these 3 abilities, like any one of these 3 abilities, does make it a little bit better than all 3 of those effects individually, but those 3 different effects would be like D tier by themselves. So I don't think this gets that much better unless you have Descend 8, and even in a dedicated Descend deck, you're not going to have Descend 8 until late in the game, where this is still a bad draw early, because none of these effects are that strong. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's D tier because these effects all individually would be D tier, but the added flexibility and the once in a blue moon descending really only buffs it up to a C tier card. Not a rare you're going to be excited to open. Now we have Zoyoa Lava Tongue, a black and a red for a legendary 2/2 Goblin Warlock. It's got Death Touch, and at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, each opponent may discard a card or sacrifice a permanent, and Zoyoa deals 3 to each opponent who didn't. So every time you mill a card or discard a card, or a permanent you control is put into the graveyard, you are giving your opponent this little Punisher mechanic. They have to discard, sack, or take 3. I mean, this seems okay. A 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch would be fine on a monocolored card, but on a 2-colored card like black-red here, where it's a little harder to cast and a little more restrictive in what you can put it in, that does get weaker. Some of these abilities could be a bonus to your opponent if they have a lot of Descend stuff going on as well. If they want to fill that graveyard, get their Descend numbers up, they might not hate the fact that you're making them discard a card or sack a permanent. Now, it is still going to be like a downside for them for sure, but a downside that they can find some form of value out of. They can be like, well, it kind of sucks I have to discard a card here, but at least I put this land in my grave and get a little closer to my Descend cards, so it's probably weaker in this set than most others. Yeah, I don't love this one. I don't love this this build around here in comparison to a lot of the others. It's got that Death Touch, so the body stays relevant forever. It's always going to trade up into something, but not incredible. I think I give this one a C+. It's not joining the rakes of those B-tier build-arounds. And that is it for the multicolored cards. So I'm actually going to go back to the white spells now, and we'll go through every color and then wrap it up with colorless and lands. Starting off the white spells, we have Abuelo's Awakening. For X, 3, and a white, we get a sorcery. Return target artifact or non-aura enchantment from your graveyard to the battlefield with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. It's a 1/1 spirit with flying in addition to its other types. This is a very strange card. I suppose the idea behind this is to reanimate an artifact creature? No, even if you animate an artifact creature, you're turning it into a 1/1 flyer. Okay, so you're just reanimating some kind of artifact or enchantment as a creature with some +1/+1 counters. It's 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer, 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer. Really depends on what you have in your grave, like how good the enter the battlefield effects or just the abilities in general are on that permanent that you're reanimating. But I don't love the rate here. 4 mana 1/1, 5 mana 2/2. Plus, you got to build around it a bit with those artifacts, enchantments. Not loving the card, honestly. I think I'm just going to give this a C. Next up is Acrobatic Leap. 1 mana for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying till end of turn, and untap it. This is a combat trick we've seen several times before with different names. 1 mana is really efficient, and that helps the card quite a bit. It's always going to be one of your later additions to your deck, but it's a solid non-creature spell if you don't find anything else to play around with. You can kill one of their attacking creatures out of nowhere with that untap. You can win a lot of combats with the +3 toughness, and it's as efficient as you can get at 1 mana, so plays perfectly fine. Very reasonable combat trick, goes into the C tier. Then we've got Adaptive Gem Guard, 3 and a white for an artifact creature gnome. You can tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control to put a +1/+1 counter on this, but you can only activate it as a sorcery. That right there just made the card way less exciting. It would probably be too good the other way around, but that is a huge downside. So if you have this and any other artifact or creature, you could tap both of them to put the counter on this thing, which is pretty cute, but then it's obviously tapped because you had to do that at sorcery speed doing your own turn, so it doesn't get an attack out there. Only takes 1 +1/+1 counter on it to make it fine for the mana cost, a 4 mana 4/4, but to get multiple counters on this, you need a lot of stuff to tap around. You definitely have to build around this card a bit. but I think it can be pretty powerful with some of the like 1/1 gnome creature token production, some artifacts sitting around. I don't think it's a premium common or anything, but solid card. Put it in the C tier here. Now we've got Attentive Sunscribe, 1 and a white for a 2/2 artifact creature gnome. Whenever it becomes tapped, scry 1. Very simple card. Very fine filler 2/2. You're going to run in a lot of decks to fill out your curve. It's a lot of relevant types. Thanks to it being an artifact, you can craft with it. You can do anything that cares about your other artifacts and stuff. And because the ability is triggering whenever it becomes tapped, you don't even have to attack with it technically. So if you tap it to the other card's ability, you get the scry. So yeah, 2 mana 2/2 with moderate upside. We've seen these in a lot of sets before, and it looks perfectly reasonable at the C tier. Now we've got Bat Colony, 2 and a white for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying for each mana from a cave spent to cast it. So if you have all caves, that is a new land subtype you'll have to draft in this format. But they're just like any other land, they just say cave on them. So if you spend all mana from caves on this, you get 3 1/1 bats, and whenever a cave enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Well, I don't love this in draft or sealed because you have to draft all of your caves. You're never going to get the 3 1/1 flyers out of it, but it would be insane. 3 mana for 3 1/1 flyers is a ridiculous card in draft and sealed. Feels like on average, even in a dedicated cave deck, you get 1 or 2 bats, but then maybe you get a counter on one of them. Start going from there. Very, very clearly a build around, but I don't even think this is one of the strongest potential build arounds going for like a cave sort of deck. I think I just give this a build around C+ here. Now we have Clay Fired Bricks, 1 and a white for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, and you gain 2 life. Then for 7 mana, you can craft with an artifact on board or in your grave to turn into Cosmium Kiln, which is going to give you 2 1/1 gnome artifact creature tokens and give all of your creatures +1/+1. So 7 mana for that's a lot. For 7 mana, you get 2 2/2s, and the rest of your creatures get +1/+1. Up front, you get a plains and 2 life. So up front, you don't really get anything. I mean, the card does replace itself with a plains, so you're not down in card advantage or anything, but it's certainly not exciting. Really got to get to the craft for this to do much of anything, and even then what it's doing is a little overcosted. I mean, it's not horrible, it's not unplayable. Stacking both of the cards together helps it a lot, making it like 2 cards off of the one thing, but neither of these cards are super great for their costs, respectively. I think I'm just giving this one a C+. Now we've got Cosmium Blast, 1 and a white for an instant. Cosmium Blast deals 4 to target attacking or blocking creature. This is your reasonable filler removal that you've seen in every format before. Comes back quite often. Couple flaws to this thing. If they have a creature with a great ability, they can just keep it safe by not attacking or blocking with it because they already just don't want to get it into combat to where it's going to die to combat tricks in the first place. So it's not going to help you kill creatures with great abilities. It's also not going to help you a lot if you're really aggressive a deck trying to get extra damage in, because then you can't like kill their creature pre-combat to clear a path. You have to attack in, let them get a block to stop some damage, and then kill their creature. So that's another downside that makes it weaker than some better removal spells. And that's the kind of stuff that drags it down to more D+, C- kind of tier here, where other removal spells would be more C+ and B level. This is on the weaker end of removal. Now we've got Dauntless Dismantler, 1 and a white for a 1/4 human artificer. Artifacts your opponent's control enter the battlefield tapped, and for a white and double X, you can sacrifice it to destroy each artifact with mana value X. Well, this is a very cute card for constructed, and for sideboards. As for main deck in draft and sealed, it's not doing a ton. theoretically, in many matchups, you can spend the 1 mana, sack this, and kill other artifact tokens, but I mean, there's a decent amount of artifacts in the format, and a 2 mana 1/4 is quite sturdy for the cost, but not really exciting. I still think this is sideboard fodder mostly. Never gonna be excited to main deck this thing, but having the 4 toughness on a 1-drop makes it not completely abysmal to do so. Another like D plus, C minus tier card, but I'll put it at C again. Now we have Deconstruction Hammer, 1 white mana for an artifact equipment. You can equip for 1 to give equipped creature +1/+1, and the ability to spend 3, tap, and sacrifice the hammer to destroy an artifact or enchantment. So this is clearly designed for the green-white archetype that had those multiple payoffs that cared about your creatures having more power than their base stats. A 1 mana equipment that takes 1 to equip but only gives +1/+1 is just not that exciting. We've seen that kind of stat line in many other formats, and it's never been all that playable. But this will find a home again in those green-white decks that care about having creatures with higher power than their base stat line. So in those decks, you probably take it and play it as a C or C+ level card, but I wouldn't really run it in any other archetype. It does give you reasonable sideboard artifact enchantment removal for any other deck, and when you are the green-white deck, you've got main deck artifact enchantment removal now, which is pretty cute. But I think generally for most archetypes, because it's just the green-white archetype where I'm really going to be playing this, it's still going to get a D. Now we have Dusk Rose Reliquary. Single white mana for an artifact. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. It's got Ward 2, and when it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. So sacrificing an artifact or creature is a very real cost. You can get around that with map tokens and treasure tokens, luckily, but you do need to draft around it a little bit. I think a lot of the white decks can do so, though. Black-white is already a sacrifice archetype that's going to play a lot of creature tokens and stuff, and white-blue is like an artifact archetype that can have random dirtily artifacts to sack. There's plenty, again, tokens with treasures and maps, so you want to draft it around it a little bit, but I don't think it's that hard to do so. And once you do, this is just a really cheap removal spell, a single mana to exile any artifact or creature as long as it stays on board. It's one of the better white removal spells we've seen. Put a little bit of work towards this, and it should give you some great returns. I'm going to give this a solid B. Now we have Envoy of Okanekahau, 2 and a white for a 3/3 cat advisor. For 5 mana, you can create a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. Alright, 3 mana 3/3 on curve is always good, and that mana sync ability is just some gravy there. I should say 3 mana 3/3 on curve is always like the baseline, the fine stat line for like a D tier filler card. Doesn't need that much extra value to go from just like D tier, it's filler in your deck, to a fine little C. So I think I give this card a C. Now we've got a Fabrication Foundry, 1 and a white for an artifact. You can tap it for a white mana that you can only spend on artifact spells or abilities. You can spend 2 and a white, tap it, exile 1 or more other artifacts you control with total mana value X to return an artifact with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Do that only as a sorcery. So if you have like 5 mana value of artifacts, you can bring back a 5-drop artifact from your grave. You have to exile all your stuff to do that. So since they're exiled, you can't try to like loop things or anything. It's a sorcery speed ability and it doesn't do anything until you do that. This seems very, very designed for interesting kind of constructed decks and does not seem like it's ever going to work in draft. I am really close to tempted to give this an F, but I feel like there's going to be like one build around deck ever that's going to pop up and be like, well, no, you can do this kind of cute thing with it. I'm still going to give it an F. I think the vast majority of decks, this is an F, and it is such an insanely strict build around to try to get it to do really anything that I don't think it's really going to pop off, except for maybe 1 out of 20 decks or something. For the vast majority of decks in this format, the vast majority of the archetypes, you should not draft this card. You should not try to play this card, but maybe once you'll get a pretty sick blue-white artifact deck that can do something with this, sort of. And then in that exact deck, it's a D tier card. But overall, that's still an F there. Now we have Family Reunion. 1 and a white for an instant. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn, or creatures you control gain hexproof till end of turn. Alright, reasonable filler. If you're in a really big combat, you might be able to get a nice lead on the trades with all these +1/+1s going off. If your opponent tries to removal spell one of your creatures, it can counter one of those with the hexproof trigger. Fine, flexible little non-creature spell if you need more of them. Just give that a C here. Now we have Get Lost. 1 and a white for an instant to destroy a target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Its controller creates 2 map tokens. So this is incredible removal for constructed formats for sure, where that raw efficiency is incredibly important. In draft, you are giving your opponent some legitimate value, giving them 2 map tokens. I still think that flexibility is great. Destroy a creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. It's also instant speed. 2 map tokens is probably the equivalent of like drawing 1 card in terms of value though. So you are 2 for 1ing yourself to use this to get that efficiency. So probably doesn't go up to like A tier, maybe not even B tier, but I think it's still probably C+ tier removal. Pretty solid stuff. Now we have Glorifier of Suffering. 2 and a white for a 3/2 vampire soldier. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Obviously a build around, you need some expendable stuff for it, but if you do, 3 mana for a 4/3 that puts a +1/+1 counter somewhere else is kind of nuts. It really depends on the curve you have. Don't know if there's going to be a lot of super expendable 1 and 2 drops for this thing, so you might have to play it off curve. The fact that if you play it on curve before you have anything expendable, it's just a 3/2 is pretty bad. This card goes from pretty bad to really great based on whether or not you have something to sacrifice for it. So pretty flip-floppy there on that one, but I still think it's a pretty solid common here. Probably gets the C+ tier. Now we have Guardian of the Great Door. 2 white mana for a 4/4 angel, but as an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 4 untapped artifact creatures and or lands you control. It's got flying as well. So it's sort of a 2 mana 4/4 flying, but you have to tap a bunch of other stuff anyway. So it plays more like a 6 mana 4/4 flying, but it plays like a 6 mana 4/4 flying with a bunch of cost reduction abilities. It has Convoke, you can tap creatures to cast it. It has Improvise, you can tap artifacts to cast it. If you have treasure tokens, map tokens, creatures on the board, it's not unreasonable to get this thing out quite a bit early. And I think with that many ways to try to reduce the cost, it's a pretty solid B tier. I'm happy to take this thing early. Now we've got Helping Hand, a single white mana to return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Pretty interesting little graveyard recursion spell. Obviously, it's always going to be mana efficient, spending 1 mana to get up to 3 mana value back, but you can't cast it until you have things in your grave, so the mana efficiency will be a little weak by the time you're casting it generally, because you probably just have the extra mana to spend more anyway. Yeah, I mean, in recent formats, we've had 2 mana versions of this that were return something with mana value 3 or less, but also it gets a +1/+1 counter, or also it gets a young hero roll. And those have been like D+, C- tier. This being 1 mana less I don't think makes it really that much better. I think it's probably just as good as those kind of spells, which are pretty narrow. Some decks can make decent use of them, but most of the time it's not that exciting of a card, one of your last kind of additions. And here, without the extra +1/+1 counter or the extra young hero roll, I think that's kind of the trade-off for that 1 mana that makes it pretty equally powerful. Keeps it down in the D tier for me. Now we've got Iron Paw Aspirant, 1 and a white for a 1/2 cat warrior. When they enter the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Alright, very simple, very solid. A 2 mana 2/3 at worst. At best, you play this, get a counter on something better. Very good for the green-white archetype that wants you to have creatures with higher power than their base power. I mean, yeah, a 2 mana 2/3 slightly above the curve for its stats at the mana value with flexibility and upside. C+ tier card. Now we've got Kinjali's Dawnrunner, 2 and a white for a 1/1 double strike. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. Well, that's very simple and very great. 3 mana for a 1/1 double strike that draws you a card if you have a land on top of your deck. That's a 2 for 1 right there, and a decent stat line for the value. Or 3 mana for a 2/2 double strike that surveils one. I mean, the 2/2 double strike that surveils one's definitely more exciting, but both of those cards are good cards. This is a B tier, solid uncommon. Now we have Kutziel's Flanker, 2 and a white for a 3/1 flash. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that left the battlefield under your control this turn. Gain 2 life and scry 2, or exile target player's graveyard. So 3 mana for a 3/1 you can cast at instant speed to counter their graveyard recursion by exiling their graveyard, or just a 3 mana 3/1 flash that gains you 2 life and scries 2. The flexibility on this card is pretty great. The +1/+1 counter ability is going to be the least consistent one, because in general, you're not going to have that many creatures leaving the battlefield in one turn to make this that big. But the other two abilities, pretty flexible, pretty solid. The fact that no matter what is going on, you get a 3 mana 3/1 that you're casting at instant speed and you're scrying 2 to set up your draws is pretty great. I think this is pretty solid. I mean, it's very solid for the mana cost. It doesn't really change the course of the game. It's not super bomby or explosive or anything. I kind of want to put it at like B+ rather than A. But, I mean, it's great for that mana cost, so maybe it should just be A. I'm just going to give it B here as we move on to the next card. Now we have Malamet Warscribe. 2 white and 3 more mana for a 4/3 cat warrior. When it enters the battlefield, creature control get +2/+1 till end of turn. So you get an Anthem effect just buffing your whole board and getting some extra damage in, while still impacting the board, still getting another creature to be attacking with next turn. Super solid. That's good top end for an aggro deck. Very simple card. Yeah, perfectly reasonable, perfectly solid B. Now we've got Market Gnome, 1 mana for a 0/3. When it dies, gain a life and draw a card. And when it's exiled from the battlefield while you're activating a craft ability, you also gain a life and draw a card. So 1 mana 0/3 is obviously pretty bad, but when this dies for any reason, even if you craft with it later, you get your card back out of this thing, you gain a life, draw a card, so it doesn't put you down a card at all. It's just a 1 mana 0/3 to chump for a while. It just like soaks up some damage from 2 power creatures, then it chumps and gives you your card back. I think it's perfectly fine. I don't think it's ever going to be super exciting, and building a deck that's entirely like, oh, I'm super excited to start crafting these Market Gnomes is like, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a super great thing to do, because I think that anything that's crafting with artifacts in the first place just already has plenty of really easy ways to get the craft going with map tokens and treasure tokens. But I guess you could always use more stuff to craft with. And again, at worst, it's always replacing itself eventually. So, not going to be bad. I don't think it's super exciting, though. I think I'm still giving it just like a solid C+. Now we've got Might of the Ancestors. 2 and a white for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay, so you don't get any additional attackers or blockers off this. You're just making the ones that you have slightly better, slightly scarier. Not great. Not great. I don't want to say it's terrible, but it's definitely not very exciting to me. I might play it in pretty aggressive decks that have a lot of creatures when I'm already in the colors. It's very close to that filler tier. Not quite there, though. I think I will still give it a C. Now we have Miner's Guidewing. 1 white mana for a 1/1 flying vigilance. When it dies, target creature you control explores. So 1 mana 1/1 with flying and vigilance. You get to keep pinging your opponent forever, and then whenever you want to chump block with this, it's always going to be untapped thanks to that vigilance. So you can wait until you have like 2 other creatures on board to make sure you can get your explore trigger off of its death. Not bad. Not great, not super exciting. I mean, suit this up with some +1/+1 counters or something by using map tokens to make this explore, and you go a little crazy, but I think it's still C tier. Now we've got Mischievous Pup. 2 and a white for a 3/1 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other permanent you control to its owner's hand. So protect something from a removal spell or from a bad combat or something like that. Or you can try to just re-up and enter the battlefield effect or something. Yeah, it's a good dog. Solid good dog. Not super exciting or super great for the mana cost, but good flexibility there. C+. Now we have Ohertalk, Deepest Foundation. 2 white and 4 mana for a 6/6 legendary god with vigilance. If 1 or more creature tokens would be created under your control, create 3 times that many instead, and when they die, return them to the battlefield transformed under your control. They come back as a land, the Temple of Civilization, which has an ability for 2 and a white and tap it. You can transform the temple back into the god, but you can only do that if you attack with 3 or more creatures this turn, and only as a sorcery. So, I mean, a 6 mana 6/6 vigilance is not that good. There are some creature token producers, though, that can pop off with this thing, and the main impact of this card is that it's going to be really annoying to try to kill it. I mean, I guess you can't flip it back unless you're in a position to be attacking with 3 or more creatures still. I guess that's not the best way to keep resurrecting it, keep getting it back. That's not the most exciting. Because, I mean, let's think about the position you have to be in to flip this. So, you play a 6 mana 6/6 vigilance. They kill it. You're already late in the game at that point. You're at least turn 6, probably farther on average, turn 7, turn 8 or something. If you're that late in the game and you can still attack them with 3 or more creatures freely, you're probably winning anyway, even if you can't flip this back. Or even if you can flip this back into the creature. I guess not always, like you can get some chump attacks in just to get a 6/6 back, which is nice. But I don't think there's a ton of extra value added by the ability to flip this back into a creature, because its cost to flip it back into a creature is kind of hefty. It means you've got to be in a position where you're already like attacking pretty well, and if you're that late in the game and you're still attacking that well, you're probably doing fine without flipping it back. So yeah, I mean, it's not a bad card. It's not a bad card. I'm really just talking it down from being like an S tier mythic or anything like that, anything super incredible. But I think it still lands here in the B tier. Perfectly reasonable card, but I could legitimately see myself taking like a really good uncommon over this. Now we have Oltec Archaeologists. 4 and a white for a 4/4. When they enter the battlefield, choose 1. Return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand, or scry 3. Alright, well that's super filler. I mean, a 5 mana 4/4 that returns an artifact from your grave to your hand, that is a 2 for 1, but it's still a 5 mana 4/4. I guess that is quite good value with the artifact in graveyard. The scry thing, the 5 mana 4/4 scry 3 is just not going to be good. But if you're getting the artifact back, that's kind of tremendous value. Like if you're in Magical Christmas Land and you've just curved out with aggressive artifact creatures and you've traded 1 or 2 of them off, then you play this turn 5, you've got a 4/4 on the board, you can recast an artifact creature the next turn. Actually has some spice to it. All right. I started wanting to put this in the D tier, but just thinking of just trading an artifact creature off and then playing this later actually makes it more of like a C tier here. Now we've got the Old Tech Cloud Guard, 3 and a white for a 3/2 flying. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token. So that gives you the artifact to be crafting with, that gives you a creature token to sacrifice. This gives you 2 creatures off 1 card, which is great. Just seems very, very solid. It's a flying chimney rabble. Come on, we got to give that a C+, probably one of the better commons in the color. Now we have the Otaclan Landmark, 1 white for an artifact. When it enters battlefield, scry 2, craft with artifact for 3 mana. Then you get the Levitator, the 1/4 flyer. When it attacks, target attacking creature without flying gains flying till end of turn. So I'm not in love with this one. I don't really like the upfront card. I don't think that's a card's worth of value, just 1 mana scry 2. So this card is almost entirely just the 3 mana 1/4 flyer that gets gives other creatures flying when it attacks, which is a solid card, but you have to build around it a little bit. Like, you have to have the additional artifact to exile to flip this thing. So definitely not as good as just being the 3 mana 1/4 flyer that gets in up front. Not tremendously worse because it gives you the extra scry value, but I don't think it's a particularly great common here. Goes into that just generally fine, solid C tier. Now we have Petrify, 2 mana for an aura, enchant an artifact or creature. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. This is your premium white removal spell. It gets the C+ tier. The one flaw that it has is the craft mechanic has a lot of cards that can exile an artifact for value, some that can exile a creature for value, and if your opponent has any of those, then they will still get a little bit of value off of their permanents, even if you lock it up. The other 2 issues that it has is if they have a card with a good static ability, that ability keeps going. Or if it has a good triggered ability, that ability keeps going. And that's a little bit of a downside. The biggest downside, though, is if you're playing against a blue deck and they can bounce their own creature, that's the only time you get really hosed for playing this card. But still, 2 mana is so efficient, still makes it really worth it, still makes it probably the best removal spell in white. Now we have Quicksand Whirlpool, which is immediately going to show up as another removal spell in white and try to compete with that one. 5 and a white for an instant, so 6 mana to exile target creature, but it costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. So it costs 3 mana, instant speed, exile a tapped creature, or 6 mana, exile a creature. Still think I like the Petrify a little bit better, but this is a perfectly reasonable removal spell. 6 mana is a whole lot, but this format is looking a little bit slower, and being able to actually fully exile a card is better than pacifying it. It's just really the difference between a 2 mana removal spell and a 3 to 6 mana removal spell that drags this down from C+ to C here. Now we have Resplendent Angel. This is a reprint. 2 white and 1 more for a 3/3 angel with flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained 5 or more life this turn, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. And for 6 mana, until end of turn, the Resplendent Angel gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink. So 3 mana, 3/3 flyer, then when you get to 6 mana, you buff it, hit them, gain 5, and make another angel. Pretty busted card. Expands the board state by itself. This does give your opponent a solid amount of time to deal with it before it starts spitting out extra angels and completely taking over the game, so I don't think it quite makes it to S tier, but it's still a phenomenal rare. Pack 1, pick 1 every time. That is an A tier bomb. Now we've got Ruin Lurker Bat. 1 white mana for a 1/1 flying lifelinking bat. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, scry 1. Yeah, I mean, 1 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink is perfectly fine. We've got the map tokens in the format to try to put some +1/+1 counters on this by exploring with it, and then it can be really hard to race, like a 2/2 flying lifelink or a 3/3 flying lifelink. So in the right deck in green-white, where you're trying to put +1/+1 counters on your stuff, or like blue-white, where you have a lot of map tokens to put counters on this, then I think you're getting decent value. You don't really need to be getting too many like descend scries or anything if you just have ways to buff it. So it's certainly a bit of a build around, but I think it's a solid C+. Now we have Sanguine Evangelist, 2 and a white for a 2/1 vampire cleric. It has Battle Cry, so when it attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0, and when it enters the battlefield or dies, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. Alright, this is a great spell. This is a pack 1, pick 1 pretty much every time. This is A tier. 3 mana for a 2/1 and a 1/1 flyer, and when you're attacking with this, that 1/1 flyer is a 2/1 flyer. That's potentially like 3 mana for 4 power spread amongst 2 cards, and when this dies, you get another bat. It's just pretty great value. 3 creatures off 1 card. Antheming the whole board with those +1/+0 attacks. Great aggressive card. Now we have Soaring Sandwing. This is 2 white and 4 for a 3/5 dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life, and it has plane cycling for 2. I think pretty much all these land cyclers are going to be reasonable cards. So up front, the idea is you can cast this later in the game as a serviceable card. They're all a little bit overcosted, but the flexibility of having the plane cycling or just the land cycling in general means that even if you don't make it to the 6 mana, you're still doing something with the card, which is pretty solid. And the one thing that gives them a pretty big buff that kind of makes up for how relatively overcosted they are, where the plane cycling costs 2 mana instead of 1, the creature itself is a little expensive for the body. What makes up for that is you do get some descend synergies that are pretty great. So you can always put a permanent into your graveyard by land cycling one of these things. So not super exciting, but it has enough little synergies going on and enough little flexibility between being a 2-drop or a 6-drop that it stays in the C tier. Now we have Spring-Loaded Saw Blades, 1 and a white for an artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 to a tapped creature an opponent controls. Alright, that's a removal spell up front already, very similar to the common that deals 4 to an attacker or blocker, but then you can also craft it with an artifact for 4 mana to get a 5/5 vehicle with crew 1 that you could also crew by tapping 2 untapped artifacts. Alright. It's a little bit weaker than the kind of weaker Dirtily common removal spell in white on the front half, but getting a second half to get potentially 2 cards of value off this thing makes up for that quite a bit to make it a very reasonable value play. I think this goes into the B tier. Now we have Thousand Moons Crackshot, 1 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier. Whenever it attacks, you can spend 2 and a white to tap a creature. Alright, well that is super filler. I mean, obviously if you're really aggressive and you're out of more creatures to play, then you can dump some mana into this to get extra damage in, shutting off their worst blocker, but I don't think this ability is going to be particularly relevant that often. Reminds me a lot of the tapper in Wilds of Eldraine that cost 3 mana to tap a creature, and that card was just never that good. Yeah, I think this is probably just D tier filler. Now we have Thousand Moons Infantry. 3 mana for a 2/4, and you can untap it during each other player's untap step. So 3 mana for a 2/4 Vigilance if you want to be attacking with it, but it's got extra flexibility, so you can tap it for your other card's abilities, and then it'll untap itself to still be able to block while you're doing that. Now, because most of the abilities that want you to tap your creatures are sorcery speed, I don't think you get that much extra value out of this text, but it's still kind of cute, kind of fun. And it's big for the mana cost. 3 mana, 2/4 Vigilance at worst. Probably goes in the lower end of the C tier. Now we have Thousand Moons Smithy. 2 white and 2 more for a legendary artifact. When it enters the battlefield, create a white gnome soldier artifact creature token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of artifacts and creatures you control. Alright, so you get a solid-sized gnome up front, and then at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may tap 5 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control to transform this, and you have 2 just by playing it. You have the gnome and this, so you just need 3 others. If you transform it, you get the Barracks of the Thousand, which taps for a white mana, and whenever you cast an artifact or creature spell using mana from this, you create another gnome soldier, and that gnome soldier is also power and toughness equal to the number of artifacts and creatures you control. Okay, well this seems pretty good. Power and toughness equal to the number of artifacts and creatures you control, so the gnome up front is already going to be pretty big. It's a 2/2 just by playing this card, because this is an artifact sitting on the board, and then the gnome soldier is an artifact creature, so that is 2 artifacts and or creatures. If you have any other creature on board, it's a 4 mana 3/3. If you've got 2 creatures or a creature and an artifact, it's a 4 mana 4/4 with a bunch of extra upside. You can tap untapped artifacts and or creatures to flip it as well, so it's really not that hard to flip. Artifacts or creatures to flip, and then you're just spitting out more gnome soldiers when you're casting more creatures and artifacts. This seems great. Yeah, solid A tier, definitely a bomb. Now we have Tinker's Tote. 2 and a white for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 gnome artifact creature tokens, and you can spend 1 white mana and sacrifice it to gain 3. Well, as we've seen before, this works well with a lot of the synergies in the format. White-black sacrifice, white-blue artifacts, white-red tappers, stuff like that. Yeah, I think this can do a lot of work. It's craft fodder, it gives you token fodder, it descends by sacrificing itself if you need to do that. It's another permanent in your graveyard while still having some creatures on board from it. Solid common, C+. Now we have Unstable Glyph Bridge. 2 white and 3 more when it enters the battlefield. If you cast it for each player, choose a creature with power 2 or less that player controls, then destroy all creatures except the ones chosen this way. So for each player, they get to keep 1 power 2 or less creature and blow up everything else. So it's a board wipe up front, and then for 5 mana, you can craft it with an artifact to get a 5/3 flyer, and whenever an opponent casts a spell during their turn, they can't attack you, and each opponent who attacked you can't cast spells. Okay, so a board wipe that then turns into a creature? Yeah, I mean, that's an egregious card. Obviously, if they have like a really good power 2 or less creature that you have to let them keep, then it's a little weak, but a board wipe that then lets you reestablish a board state right afterwards just seems really absurd to me, and I'm going to give this the S tier. Now we have Vanguard of the Rose. 1 and a white for a 3/1 Vampire Knight. You can spend 1 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact to give it indestructible till end of turn, and tap it. Alright, that is very reasonable. We know there's the black-white color pair that cares about sacrificing stuff. We can descend when we need to. With that 3 power, we can always trade up our tokens, be they map tokens, treasure tokens, or sapperling tokens, anything like that. Trade those tokens up into 3 toughness cards with this thing, with that indestructibility. Seems very solid. I think I'm going to give this one a C+, not quite a B. Now we have Warden of the Inner Sky. 1 white mana for a 1/2 human soldier. They enter the battlefield with nothing. As long as they have 3 or more counters on them, they have flying and vigilance, and you can tap 3 untapped artifacts and or creatures to put a +1/+1 counter on them and scry 1. You can only do that as a sorcery, but that's not insanely hard to do because they can tap themselves. Definitely a slower kind of card, but they do become like this build your own bomb kind of thing. Takes some time to get there, but once you do, this card becomes pretty busted. Certainly draft around it a bit to get it to that bomb level, but I think you can get there. Give this a B+, A-, because it's not a bomb by itself, but it's a build your own bomb that doesn't take too many other permanents to become that big flying vigilance threat. Now we are on to blue, starting with Akal Pakal, first among equals, 2 and a blue for a 1/5 legendary human advisor. At the beginning of each player's end step, if an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Clearly a bit of a build around here, but there's plenty of artifact permanents to cast, and you have map tokens and treasure tokens you could be playing that can trigger this as well. It only takes 1 trigger to make this a 3-mana 1/5 that has drawn you an additional card, and every time you're drawing a card off of it, you're also putting something into the graveyard, which can be filling that for your Descend cards. Seems like it's got a lot of solid synergies. I think despite it not looking like a bomb in that it doesn't like take over the game, it's not super explosive or anything, you can just get so much card advantage from this easily enough that it still plays at that B+, A- tier yet again. So we'll give this one an A since we gave the last one a B. Now we have Ancestral Reminiscence, 3 and a blue for a sorcery, draw 3 and then discard a card. This is Sift. That was basically the exact same card text as this. That used to be a really good card draw spell, but nowadays it's a lot harder in Limited to spend a bunch of mana to just be drawing cards and not impacting the board. Still great card draw at a very reasonable mana cost, so I'm not going to completely write it off. I think I'm still going to give it a C, but I'm a little hesitant to give it a C+ with how board state oriented and permanence oriented recent Limited formats have been. And that's actually a really good point. This format with the Descend mechanic is pretty heavily oriented on getting a lot of permanence on board, so casting instants and sorceries is a little bit more, a little bit less good, I guess, since you're not getting more permanence on the board to tap for your stuff or permanence in your grave or Descend or anything like that. Now we have Brackish Blunder, 1 and a blue for an instant, return target creature to its owner's hand, and if that creature was tapped, you get to create a map token. It's a perfectly reasonable little bounce spell. If you always got the map token out of this, I'd be very happy with it, but only getting the map token on tapped creatures does make it quite a bit weaker. I think it gets a C, but if you could consistently always get the map, it would be that C+ tier card. Now we've got a Braided Net, 2 and a blue for an artifact that enters the battlefield with 3 net counters on it. You can remove a net counter from it to tap another non-land permanent, and its activated abilities can't be activated for as long as it remains tapped. Interesting. So kind of an icy manipulator for 3 turns. Then you can craft it with an artifact to turn it into the Braided Quipu. For 3 and a blue, you can tap it, draw a card for each artifact you control, then put it into your library 3rd from the top. Very interesting. So you put this back into your deck to redraw the Ice Manipulator. This card's going to be really annoying. I don't think it's bad at all. You have to dump a lot of mana into it to try to redraw it again, but 3 taps immediately? I think this is a solid A tier card. Now we have Chart a Course, 1 and a blue for a sorcery, draw 2, then discard a card unless you attack this turn. Solid, very efficiently costed card draw. Yeah, 2 mana draw 2 is great. 2 mana draw 2 discard a card's not bad either. Shouldn't be that hard to just be 2 mana draw 2. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better than the 4 mana card draw spell, so we'll rate it a little better at the C+ tier. Now we have Cogwork Wrestler. Very adorable gnome here. 1 blue mana for a 1/2 artifact creature gnome. It's got flash, and when it enters the battlefield, the target creature opponent controls gets -2/-0 till end of turn. So this can hit the board and just wrestle down a 1/1, beat it in combat out of nowhere, which is super cute. Yeah, not a terrible enter the battlefield effect, not a bad stat line for the mana cost, but it is pretty low impact as a card if drawn later in the game, obviously. It does have relevant card types, being an artifact and a creature. So I don't think it's quite D tier, but not super insane. We'll go for the C tier for Cogwork Wrestler. Now we have Confounding Riddle, 2 and a blue for an instant. You can look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard, or counterspell unless its controller pays 4. This looks very, very nice. There's a lot of big payoffs for like Descend 8 that we have seen, particularly in like blue-black. And this can put 3 cards into your graveyard with the card draw effect, and it has the flexibility of being a counterspell that gets around the downside of counterspells, where sometimes you're like, I'm scared my opponent's going to play a big card, so I'm going to hold up my counterspell, and then they just don't cast it. Then all of a sudden you didn't use any of your mana for the turn. Now if you do that and they don't cast it, you get to cast your card draw spell and fill your grave at the same time. So I think this is pretty nice, pretty flexible. I'm a pretty big fan of it. I'm going to go for C+, similar to that Chart a Course. Actually, instant speed, counterspell attached, the added flexibility, really filling the grave. We're going to buff this up to a B. I think I take this definitely above the Chart a Course. Maybe more of a B-. It's not going to get me super duper excited to take this super early, but definitely a very, very solid blue spell. Now we have Council of Echoes. 2 blue and 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. It has Descend 4. When it enters the battlefield, if there are 4 or more permanents in your graveyard, you can return up to 1 target non-land permanent other than Council of Echoes to its owner's hand. Okay. I mean, you need the Descend 4 for this card to be good, so it is a build around. You have to be dedicated to that Descend lifestyle, but 6 mana is where you are kind of getting to the midpoint of the game for these Descend 4 cards. That's with the proper spells, like that card draw spell we saw that puts 3 cards in your grave. You can probably get these somewhat consistently. Yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable. I'm going to put this at the C+ tier because it does require that work. If you're playing this by itself without helping your Descend at all, a 6 mana 4/4 flyer with no other text is pretty bad. But a 6 mana 4/4 flyer that bounces something is good enough to meet it in the middle, where it is a C+. Again, like a D without the ability, and like a B, B- when you are bouncing something. So that averages it out to a C+. Now we have Deep Root Pilgrimage. 1 and a blue for an enchantment. Whenever 1 or more non-token merfolk you control become tapped, create a 1/1 merfolk with hexproof. Wow. All right, so if you're a dedicated merfolk deck, if you're one of the blue-green explore decks, a lot of those creatures do happen to be merfolk. You spend a lot of tokens off this thing, sort of a build your own Bitter Blossom kind of thing. Obviously, a very specific deck it needs to be in, which makes it a build around, but solid B+. Now we have Didact Echo. 4 and a blue for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and it has flying as long as there are 4 more permanents in your graveyard. So 5 mana 3/2 draw a card, not the greatest. 5 mana 3/2 flyer draw a card is pretty solid. So balancing out for when you do and don't have Descend, I think it probably fits right in the middle here at C. C+ if it's always got flying, and D if it doesn't. So C tier card. Now we have Eaten by Piranhas. 1 and a blue for an aura. It's got flash, and you can enchant a creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a black skeleton creature token with base power and toughness 1/1. Or it's not a creature token, just a black skeleton creature with base power toughness 1/1. Very cute. Very, very cute. All of the flesh gets eaten off the creature by the piranhas. The instant speed helps this card a lot, because generally the kind of curse roll cards were pretty bad if that's all you're getting off the card. It's just I'm spending 2 to make something a 1/1, like Chasmata's Transmutation or something from old formats. But instant speed, I think, helps the card quite a bit. Quite a bit. Probably still not incredible, just like a C tier removal spell. But gorgeous artwork and very, very fun effect. Now we have the Enigma Jewel, a single blue mana for a legendary artifact. Enters the battlefield tapped. You can tap it for 2 colorless mana that you can only use on abilities. And you can craft with 4 or more non-lands with activated abilities. So you have to exile 4 other non-land cards with activated abilities from the board or your graveyard and spend 9 mana. And then you get the Locus of Enlightenment. At that point, the Locus of Enlightenment has each activated ability of the exiled cards used to craft it, and you may activate each of those abilities only once each turn, and whenever you activate an ability that isn't a mana ability, copy it and choose new targets for the copy. Well, I mean, this is very cute and very fun, but also very clearly oriented for constructed formats. I want to see somebody live the dream in draft and get some really weird combos going off with this thing, but that is generally almost never going to happen. This is a constructed plant, and it's got to go to the F tier, sadly. Now we have the Ever-Flowing Well. 2 and a blue for a legendary artifact. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards, then draw 2 cards, and descend 8. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 8 or more permanents in your graveyard, transform it. Then you get the Myriad Pools, which can tap for a blue, and when you cast a spell using mana produced by the Myriad Pools, when you cast a permanent spell using mana produced by the Myriad Pools, up to 1 other permanent you control becomes a copy of that spell till end of turn. So you can make a land a copy of whatever you're casting. All right, so obviously the flip side's pretty crazy. And up front, I think it's pretty good, right? This hits a lot of synergies. So for 2 and a blue, you get to mill 2 and draw 2. So you fill your graveyard for descend stuff and you get a decent amount of card draw. And then you have an artifact sitting on the board to craft with later. Even if you aren't going to make it to descend 8, you can still craft the Ever-Flowing Well with something else. So I think this is really reasonable, really solid card. I'm going to give this one a B here. Now we have the Frilled Cave Worm, 3 and a blue for a 2/5 Salamander Worm. It has Descend 4, gets +2/+0 as long as there are 4 more permanents in your graveyard. Okay, so 4 mana 2/5, that's a 4 mana 4/5 when you have 4 more permanents in grave. I mean, the upside is a solid creature for the stat line, but nothing crazy. And the downside, the 4 mana 2/5 is very filler. I think this is just like a C tier card. Just put it in your Descend decks and nowhere else. Now we have Hermitic Nautilus. 1 and a blue for a 1/4 artifact creature Nautilus. It's got Vigilance, and for 2 mana, you give it +3/-3 until end of turn. All right. This actually stacks a lot of stats on here, right? 2 mana, 1/4 Vigilance, so it just keeps chipping in while holding up that big 4 toughness booty. And for 2 mana, you can hit your opponent for 4 damage with this thing if they don't block. Super reasonable little creature here. It's not super exciting or massively synergistic with anything. I mean, it is an artifact for cards that care about that. It does have Vigilance for the tapper kind of cards, but it's just like a good, aggressively kind of costed creature here. Let's give that a C+. Now we have Hurl into History. 3 and 2 blue, so 5 mana total for an instant. Counter an artifact or creature spell, and then discover X, where X is that spell's mana value. 5 mana is a lot of mana to hold up on a counter spell, but if you get this thing off, it's 5 mana, counter their spell, and then cast a random spell of your own. It's pretty big too for one if you can get it to pop off, but it is narrow enough. You can't always get it to pop off. Like if you're against an aggro deck, this card's going to be horrible a lot of the time. Because if you're behind on board at all, you cannot afford to hold up 5 mana, not impacting the board, because then they just keep rolling over you and just kill you. If you're at parity, or if you're ahead, then this card's pretty great. Yeah, I think it's bad enough when you're behind to drag it down from being like a great B tier kind of card, but I think the upside is really there when you can get this to pop off, so I'm still going to give it a C+. Now we have Inverted Iceberg. 1 and a blue for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, mill a card, then draw a card. And you can craft with artifact for 6 mana. You get to bring it back as a 6/6 artifact creature golem. Whenever it attacks, you can tap or untap an artifact or creature. So 2 mana, mill a card, draw a card. That fills your grave a tiny bit for descend and immediately replaces itself in card advantage, and then you just have a 6/6 waiting for later. 6 mana, 6/6. This seems great. I mean, if the format is slow enough, this is probably going to be like blue's best common, really. It's a 2-for-1 creature over time once you get to that craft 6. All you got to do is have a treasure or a map token to craft with, or just have milled or traded off some artifact so that you have an artifact in the graveyard to craft with. And then you've spent 2 mana to draw a card and 6 mana to get a 6/6. Very, very solid 2-for-1. Yeah, love the synergies with it too. Fills the grave. It is an artifact for your other cards that care about artifacts on both halves of the card. I like this a lot. Solid C+ for the inverted iceberg. Now we have Kite Sail Larcenist, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 flying ward 1. When it enters the battlefield, for each player, choose up to 1 other target artifact or creature that player controls. For as long as it remains on the battlefield, the chosen permanents become treasures with tap, sack for a mana of any color, and lose all other abilities. That's very, very cool. So it's a 3 mana 2/3 flyer with ward 1 that just shuts off whatever artifact or creature you want. Yeah, choose up to 1 other artifact or creature that each player controls and turn them into just treasure tokens, basically. So you could even turn one of your own cards into a treasure if you need the extra mana. Yeah, that's aggressively costed. 3 mana 2/3 flying ward 1. That's also a pseudo removal spell until they kill it. That is great. Yeah, that's just an A tier card. Now we've got a Lodestone Needle. 1 and a blue for an artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, tap up to 1 target artifact or creature and put 2 stun counters on it. You can then craft with an artifact for 2 and a blue to bring it back as the Guidestone Compass, which you can spend 1 mana tap and have target creature you control explore. That's a nice little card draw engine, card selection engine. I mean, I don't think the front half is super powerful. Instant speed, tap something, stun it for 2 turns. I mean, that's fine. The back half's strong, but it's pretty slow to get there. 2 and a blue, craft another artifact. You need a creature on board to keep using this, and you're spending 1 every turn. I don't love it. I don't hate it. This is a really weird one, where neither half is like super, super impactful by itself, but it's like the about the amount of incremental value you can get over the course of a game with all that explore over time. This one is a weird one to evaluate. I can't possibly see this being like incredible. I don't think this is ever going to be like B tier or better, but I don't know if it's quite so bad that it's like D tier. Probably like a C on average. Now we have Malcolm. Hey, Malcolm. Alluring Scoundrel. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 legendary Siren Pirate. It's got flash and flying. So 2 mana for a 2/1 flash flyer at worst. Whenever Malcolm deals combat damage to a player, put a chorus counter on it. Draw a card, then discard a card. And then if there are 4 or more chorus counters on Malcolm, you can cast the discarded card without paying its mana cost. Alright, boom goes the dynamite. That is an A tier bomb. You just flash in a 2/1 flyer during your opponent's end step on turn 2, and then you just keep prodding them for 2 every turn and setting up your draws with that filtering. If Malcolm somehow sticks around for 4 turns, you're already in an incredible position, but all of a sudden, now you're casting discarded spells for free and completely winning the game. Malcolm is just great. Now we have Marauding Brinefang. 2 blue and 5 mana for a 6/7 dinosaur with ward 3 and island cycling for 2. Very similar to the white one. It's a bit overcosted for just the body. The island cycling at 2 mana is like a bit overcosted. The 1 mana land cyclers were a little too good. 2 mana land cyclers are a little too weak. So there's no real in between there. They can't do like 1.5 mana land cycling. But it's got the flexibility. You can land cycle it or cast it later. You can get another permanent in your grave. It's a fine C tier card. And there are There is like at least one graveyard recursion spell that reanimates any size permanent. That would be a fun reanimator build around with these land cyclers. So sticking in the C tier with all these. Now we have the Merfolk Cave Diver. 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Merfolk Scout. Whenever a creature you control explores, gets +1/+0 till end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. I mean, I feel really weird about the Explore build-arounds, the Explore payoffs, because Explore is just already a good mechanic for setting up your card draw throughout the game, keeping your deck just flowing consistently. So I'm already just naturally going to be drafting a lot of Explore cards when I'm in these colors. So it feels weird to have cards that are like, here, draft all the Explore, that's what you're supposed to do with this. It's like, well, I'm already going to do that. So I don't know, I feel weird about it, but at the same time, it's like, well, if I am already going to draft a lot of Explore cards in the colors, then these kind of payoffs are going to be super fine, super reasonable. So I don't know. I'll give it a C+ here, but I don't love the design of these cards that are like triggering every time that I explore, because I think that the incentive to explore is already built into the mechanic. The mechanic's just already value. Like, I already want to do it. I don't need extra reasons to want to do it. Now we have Oaken Siren. 1 and a blue for a 1/2 flying vigilance artifact creature. It's a Siren Pirate. You can tap it for a blue that you can only use on artifact spells and artifact abilities. So it works for like the blue-white craft kind of deck. Keep pinging with a 1/2 flying vigilance, which is pretty annoying. Yeah, cute. Definitely for the blue-white craft kind of deck, for sure. You could explore some +1/+1 counters onto this thing with some map tokens. That's going to be great on basically anything with flying. Yeah, perfectly solid, perfectly reasonable. C. Now we have O'Hare Pakpatik, Deepest Epoch? I don't know any of these words. 2 blue and 2 mana for a 4/3 flyer. When you cast an instant spell from your hand, it gains Rebound, which means you exile it as it resolves, and at the beginning of your next upkeep, then you can recast it without paying its mana cost. So any instant you cast, you now get to cast twice, and then it'll go to your graveyard. And when it dies, you transform it into the Temple of Cyclical Time, which can tap for a blue, and you remove a time counter from it. And for 2 and a blue, you transform it if it has no time counters on it. Oh, how many time counters does it start with? 3? So, okay, so this dies, then you get this land, and you have to tap this 3 turns in a row, then you can spend 3 and get your card back. That is really good. Okay, this god I think is nuts. The white one was like good, but this is a 4 mana 4/3 flyer with a really powerful added ability, that rebound effect. And it's slightly easier to bring it back. It's slower to bring it back, but you don't need anything else going on. You just need time. Yeah, I think this card is just incredible. I think this actually makes it into the S tier. Generally, to make it into the S tier, you have to be something that like leaves multiple cards behind. So even if your opponent like kills it, they're still in a position where now they're very far behind. So like that dinosaur thing where you kill the dinosaur, but then they still have 3/3s and you're like, God dang it. This is kind of similar in that it's not like it leaves anything behind if you kill it immediately with your removal spell, but if you don't exile it specifically, it leaves itself behind. You know it's just going to come back soon enough, so that drags it up to the S tier there for me, because again, then if they just don't kill it immediately, you're just popping off with those rebound spells and beating down the 4-power flyer. Great, great card. Now we have Erazka Puzzle Door. 1 blue mana for an artifact. You can spend 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand and the other into your graveyard. I like this. This is very reasonable. Very solid synergy piece. It is an artifact for cards that care about that. It's going to be a 2 mana way to draw 1 card, which is not that good, but it's whichever card you want out of the top 2, and it's putting 2 cards into your graveyard. It's putting the Puzzle Door, which is a permanent, into your graveyard, and one of the cards from the top 2 of your library, probably a land on average, which is another permanent, into your graveyard for descend stuff. So perfectly reasonable little draw spell there. Give that a decent little C. Now we have Out of Air. This is 2 and 2 blue for an instant. It costs 2 less to cast if it targets a creature spell, and you can counter target spell. So for 2 mana, counter a creature spell. For 4 mana, counter any spell. Double blue is definitely restrictive on this, and I don't love how counterspells are going to play in the format generally because you want so many permanents in a lot of these decks, but the flexibility is nice on this one. 2 mana to counterspell a creature spell and 4 mana to counter any spell. Still just don't think counters are going to naturally be that good in the format, and I think that drags us down to more of just a C tier. Whereas in other formats, it might be like a C+ in like Dominaria United and those kind of blue-white controlling decks. Now we have Pirate Hats, 1 and a blue for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, draw a card and then discard a card. You can equip it to a pirate for only 1, and you can equip it for 2. Well, I mean, the card selection's decent, but it is still a 2 mana equipment that takes 1 or 2 mana to keep equipping and moving around. It only gives +1/+1, which isn't big. Seems very, very filler to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in love with it. It's got good types because it is an artifact, but all equipment are going to be artifacts. I still think this kind of falls behind to the D tier for me. A lot of mana investment for not too much return immediately. Now we have Relic's Roar. 1 mana for an instant until end of turn. Target artifact or creature becomes a dinosaur artifact creature with base power toughness 4/3, in addition to its other types. So this is a combat trick in blue, which is cute. I don't think it's a great combat trick to use on a creature, because if that creature has 3 or more toughness, it's not helping the creature survive any combats that it wasn't going to beforehand, so it's not the most useful there. It is cute for the flexibility of turning an artifact into a 4/3 and trading off your map token or treasure token or something, or just your little your pirate hat or something. So that's pretty cute with it, but I don't think it's a very good trick that you're going to want a ton of copies of. I think this gets the D tier here. I think most decks are just not interested in this. Maybe there could be a dedicated deck that's really built around this and like popping off with this early with some cheap artifacts, but most of the time, not a card I would put in my average deck. Next up, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the River Herald Scout. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/2. It is a Merfolk Scout. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. So this is just really solid, because if you have a land on top of your deck, it's a 2 mana 1/2 that draws a card. If you don't have a land on top of your deck, it's a 2 mana 2/3 that surveils 1. Those are both just great, great stat lines for draft and sealed, and this is definitely one of Blue's best commons. Give that a solid C+. Now we have Sage of Days, 3 mana for a 3/2 human wizard. When it enters the battlefield, of the top 3 cards in your library, you can put 1 back on top and the rest into your graveyard. So cute for filling the graveyard for your Descend cards. But it doesn't draw you any cards when it hits the board, so it's not a 2-for-1. It's just basically scrying 3 or surveilling 3. Just not the greatest. The size of the body's not great for the mana cost either, being 2 toughness on your 3 mana card, so it trades down into 2 mana 2/2s and stuff. Not in love with it, but it's not a horrible enter the battlefield effect. Still probably wouldn't be that interested in this thing unless I'm really, really filling that graveyard for Descend. So I think it's a bit narrow, drops down to C, C-. Definitely not a top common for blue. Now we have Self-Reflection. 6 mana total, 2 blue and 4. Create a token that's a copy of a creature you control, and then flashback for 3 and a blue. I love them bringing back mechanics just for like 1 card in each set. It's very cute. So it is 2 clones off of 1 card, but a 6 mana clone is tremendously overcosted, and 4 mana to clone just a creature you control is also a little overcosted. We get that for like 3 mana nowadays, and it's usually not even that good. I don't love this. I mean, it's a 2-for-1, but I think both halves are so overcosted that it's not that impressive. It's still not horrible because you're going to be getting two cards off of it, but it's not good. I don't think I'm taking this that highly. I think I'm putting this at the C tier as well, weirdly enough. But I've been saying a lot of these card evaluations do change tremendously based on the speed of the format, and if it's a really slow format, then this does get a huge, huge thumbs up, because the mana cost is way less relevant if you've got a lot more time to cast spells throughout the game. Now we have Shipwreck Sentry, 2 mana for a 3/3 defender. It's a human pirate. As long as an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Okay. I mean, solid C. There's decks that'll use a 2 mana 3/3 defender, like just slower controlling decks, probably like Blue-Black Descend in this format. And if you are the blue-red artifact deck, you can get this attacking a decent amount of the time. Yeah, perfectly reasonable little C here. Now a Sinuous Benthasar, 6 mana for a 4/4 dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of caves you control, plus the number of caves in your graveyard. Put 2 into your hand and the rest on bottom. So if you have 2 caves, that is all it takes to make this a 6 mana draw 2. Oh wow, this is a much more exciting cave build around than the white card in my opinion, because you only need 2 caves out of the 6 lands you're using on this, and it counts caves in your grave, which is helpful too if you milled one of them or sacrificed one of them. And just by virtue of being a really high mana value card, you'll have more time to draw your caves before you cast this. I think this is a really solid reason to try to pick up some caves. I'm going to give this one a solid B. Now we have Song of Stupefaction, 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant a creature or vehicle. When it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. And enchanted permanent gets -X, -0, where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. This is sorcery speed. It's a bit slow. It does fill the grave for descend stuff, but I don't really like this kind of removal too much. I think the one time it's ever been any good was Shadows over Innistrad. There was a 1 mana instant speed kind of version of this, and then it was like, okay, the decks that are like never attacking this could be okay, but this doesn't shut off any abilities, doesn't stop their creature from blocking. Those are some pretty big downsides. It's also aura-based removal, so it can die to enchantment removal spells. The mill 2 is just straight up upside in this format, but I still don't think it makes up for the other mediocre aspects of this as a removal spell. This is going to go in the D tier. Now we have Spyglass Siren, a single blue mana for a 1/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, create a map token. This card is undercosted, my lord. This is immediately going into the B tier. 1 mana 1/1 flyer gives you that map token. If you don't have anything to do on turn 2, you can immediately explore off of it, in which case this might turn into a 2/2 flyer, but even if it doesn't, it's turned into a 1/1 flyer that's also drawn you a card, which is just great stats. It hits synergies really well, where it's a pirate for the blue-red pirate artifact deck. It's getting your map token on the board. I don't know, this seems great. Great stuff, overlapping with a lot of the synergies in the format. Now we have Staunch Crewmate, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 human pirate. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact or pirate from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Boom, solid B. 2 mana 2/1 draw a card is a great rate. You have to build around this to get there because you need to have an artifact or pirate in the top 4. So it's a build around B, but this is a reason to push towards a pirate and artifact style deck, because that's just an efficient little 2-for-1 piece of card advantage. Now we have Subterranean Schooner, 1 and a blue for a 3/4 vehicle with crew 1. Very cheap to crew. Whenever it attacks, target creature that crewed it this turn explores. I love this. All right. Yeah, that's just awesome. 2 mana 3/4 crew 1. Not a bad stat line for a vehicle. And every time you're crewing it, you're exploring too. For the card advantage, the card selection there, solid A tier card. I think I'm pack 1, pick 1 in this whenever I see it. Now we have Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, counter up to 1 activated or triggered ability. If an ability of an artifact, creature, or planeswalker is countered this way, that permanent loses all abilities for as long as this stays on the battlefield. This is definitely a constructed-oriented card. This seems a bit narrow for draft, but if you get it to pop off, you get it to pop off. probably pretty great in the sideboard and like sealed. If you open this up, you're like, ooh, well, that's a sweet sideboard piece. You might even main deck it. I mean, a 3-mana 3/2 flash is not good, but there are a lot of activated and triggered abilities in general, like enter the battlefield effects, activated abilities to spend mana on. This might be better than I'm giving it credit for, but I kind of just want to give it like a C here as just a really excellent kind of sideboard option. But who knows, there might actually be enough abilities, because basically every card I've given like a C+ or up has just had abilities that this would actually do something against, so maybe it's better than that, but I kind of just like starting at the C tier there. Feels narrow. Now we have Unlucky Drop, 3 and a blue for an instant. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on top or bottom of their library. Well, this is the same kind of bounce spell removal we've seen in many formats in the past. It's like your last-ditch effort removal spell by modern limited standards. It's just like, well, I'm really low on removal, so I'll play my one misleading motes or whatever. And yeah, I mean, if you're lacking on removal, you put a copy in your deck, but it's never exciting, it's never a high pick. Waterlogged Hulk is the next card, a single blue mana for an artifact. You can tap it to mill a card, so you can keep fueling your Descend stuff with that. You can also spend 3 and a blue, craft it with an island. So you have to exile an island from the battlefield or your graveyard, probably your graveyard because you've milled a bunch by the time you're at turn 4. And then you get the Watertight Gondola. It's a 4/4 vigilance with crew 1, so very easy to crew. And if you have 8 or more permanent cards, it can't be blocked, period. Okay. 8 or more permanents in the grave and it can't be blocked. This is a pretty cool card. This is definitely a strict synergy kind of build around, and I love how many of those are showing up in this format. That seems very cool. Where you got to be getting value out of the self-mill, but it seems like there are a lot of Descend abilities to get that value, and then you just get an added little gondola bonus there. When you want to craft this thing, yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Give this a C+. I don't see this as a massive reason to like jump in on blue, but when you're in the blue, when you're in those descending archetypes, it's a pretty nice pickup. Now we have Waterwind Scout, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, create a map token. Easy C+, easy, flexible, powerful, card advantage little creature that fits into every single blue deck you draft. You pick this thing highly. Now we have Waylaying Pirates, 3 and a blue for a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact, tap an artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. So very bad if you don't control an artifact. Just a 4-mana 3/3 with no abilities, and just solid if you do. I think this just gets a C here. A D if you don't have an artifact, a C+ if you do. Balances it out to a C. Now we have Zoetic Glyph, 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura. You can enchant an artifact. Enchanted artifact is a golem creature with base power and toughness 5/4 in addition to its other types. And when it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, discover 3. This actually seems pretty good, right? Because we have random dirtily artifacts sitting on the board. We might have an artifact creature to buff up, and we have a couple random artifact tokens we could have, mainly with maps, but also with treasures. Little bit of a build around, but like if you get this attached to something, now you have a 5/4 to beat down with. That draws you a card at worst when it dies with that discover 3 trigger, so it replaces itself too. This is a reasonable little build around. This seems pretty fun. Put this at C+. Now we get to move on to black with the Abyssal Gorestalker. This is 2 black and 4 for a 6/6 horror. When it enters battlefield, each player sacrifices 2 creatures. So you have to have 2 other creatures on the board to cast this. If your opponent's on a token deck at all, you're going to have a really bad time, and you really want to be a dedicated token deck yourself here. I don't think this is great. I think this is honestly like C tier, and I would only put it if I have a bunch of token production in my deck. It is very dependent on what your opponent's running as well, where you might not even get that much value from each player sacking 2 creatures. Now we have Aquazot's Deepest Betrayal. 2 black and 3 for a 4/4 flying lifelink. It's a legendary bat god. When it attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. Whenever an opponent discards a land, you get a 1/1 bat with flying. And when it dies, return it to the battlefield transformed. And you can turn this back into a creature for 3 mana if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand. Oh my god. So if your opponent immediately has removal for it that doesn't exile it, then you can just get it back once you run out of other things to do. Like, your opponent can make sure they always have an extra land sitting in their hand, have 2 cards in their hand so it never flips, but they can't stop you from playing all your cards to make sure you can flip it back. And if they don't have removal for it immediately, you get an 8 life point swing where you hit them for 4 and you gain 4. You make them discard a card, and you maybe even get a bat when you do that. That's after attacking 1 time? Thing's an S tier. Oh my lord, this thing's going to be unbeatable. Now we have Acolyte of Ixalan, 2 and a black for a 1/4. Vampire Cleric. You can tap it, sack another creature artifact. Each opponent loses life and you gain a life. Very clearly a dedicated sacrifice deck kind of card. It's going to be very bad when you're not dedicated to that sack deck lifestyle, and pretty decent when you are. Just give this a C. Now, another chance. 2 and a black for an instant. You may mill 2 cards, then return up to 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. It's a very nice little instant speed graveyard recursion spell for later in the game. Fuels all of your Descend nonsense. It's that soul salvage level value of picking up 2 creatures. Yeah, I like this quite a bit. It's definitely a later game spell, but it's a very solid one I'd like to have a copy or 2 of in my Descend kind of decks. Definitely another solid C. Now we have Bitter Triumph. 1 and a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card or pay 3 life. Destroy a creature, Planeswalker. Well, that is very good removal. That's like B+. Very efficient. You can always pay 3 life early in the game. If you're later in the game, you can just discard a card. Sometimes you even want to discard a card. If you're late in the game and you're trying to hit Descend 8, you can just start sandbagging your lands and try to discard them to something like this. And then it's just straight value. This just seems sick. Great removal. Now a Bloodletter of Ixalan. Triple black and 1 for a 2/4 vampire demon with flying. If an opponent would lose life during your turn, they lose twice that much life instead. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's terrifying. One downside to this thing. There's only one downside, but that mana cost is restrictive. Triple black is difficult. You want to be at least a 10 swamp deck to get there, and even then, if you're a deck that's on 10 swamps and 7 lands of the secondary color, you will frequently not have triple black turn 4. You'll have to wait till you've drawn like your 5th land, probably on average, maybe even 6th sometimes. So even when you're deep into black in a 2-color deck, sometimes you don't play this on curve, but this card is still powerful enough to be good when you have 5 lands, 6 lands on board. So I don't think that's a massive, massive downside, but that is the one downside here. I think that is a big enough downside, along with the aspect of it not like providing you any extra value for like if your opponent does cast removal spell on it, it is just gone. So I think that does keep it from the S tier, but it is still an A tier powerful bomb. Now we have the Bloodthorn Flail. 1 black mana for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, and you can equip for 3 mana or by discarding a card. Well, there are going to be some times when you have extra lands in hand and you just want to discard them, so that's cute with this. 3 mana for +2/+1 is pretty bad though, and you don't really want to discard the cards early in the game. So I'm still not overly impressed by this. I think I'm still giving this just a C tier. Now Bringer of the Last Gift. 2 black and 6 mana for a 6/6 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, each player sacrifices all other creatures they control, then returns all creatures from their graveyard that weren't put there this way to the battlefield. Whoa, so it's living death on a creature, or living end or whatever. You get to swap the graveyard with the board and get a 6/6 flyer at the same time. Clearly you need to build around this. You want to have a bigger graveyard than your opponent when you cast it. And 8 mana is a lot, but you get to that 8 mana and you're doing wild, wild stuff. I think this also gets an A tier, similar to the other powerful 8-drop Gishath, where it's like, yeah, 8 mana is a lot, but I feel like you can get there this format. This does a lot of stuff when you build around it. Now we've got Blood Rage Mycoid, 3 and a black for a 4/3 fungus. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, create a 1/1 fungus that can't block. I mean, you need some ways to use those fungus for this to be that exciting. Like, if you're just spitting out fungi here and there, then not that impressive. Unless you're somehow, like, really consistently just descending every single turn. Yeah, the 4/3 body for 4 is not great either. This isn't the most impressive thing ever, but it is some extra advantage that makes it better than just a 4 mana 4/3. And it will be pretty great for like the black-white sacrifice deck, giving you those extra funguses to sacrifice. So I think I still give that a C. Now we have Canonized in Blood, 1 and a black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control, and you can spend 7 mana and sacrifice this to create a 4/3 white and black vampire demon with flying. Interesting. A 7 mana 4/3 with flying is just bad. That is so much mana for that stat line. So you need to be a deck that is descending like every single turn, and even if you are, a single +1/+1 counter every turn is not that exciting either. I do not like this card very much. I'm just going to give this a D flat out here. I think this is just too slow and dirtily on both halves of the card to make up for the fact that you're getting both of those things together. Now we have Chupacabra Echo. 2 black and 2 for a 3/2 Beast Horror Spirit. When it enters battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X till end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Obviously, another build around to a certain extent, filling that graveyard with some self-mill stuff would be nice for this card, but even just trading off like 2 creatures throughout the game and then dropping this, giving something -2/-2 is solid value. It's just a great uncommon. I'm happy to take it very highly. This is B tier. Now we have Corpses of the Lost. 2 and a black for an enchantment. Skeletons you control get +1/+0 and have haste. Alright, S tier for commander. We need more skeletons cards. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 black skeleton pirate creature token. Alright, so it's already at worst 2 and a black for a 3/2 hasting skeleton pirate, which is so cool. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you can pay a life. If you do, return it to its owner's hand, so you can replay and get another skeleton pirate. Any turn you descend? Oh yeah. I guess the thing that tries to balance it out a little bit is if you do pay the life and return it to your hand, your current skeletons will be 2/2s until you recast Corpses of the Lost, but this seems great. This is a fun build around. That is definitely an A tier card here. Now we've got a Deadweight, 1 black mana, enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -2/-2. Super simple. It's been great in several limited formats in the past, and it's going to be great here as well, because it's a removal spell for their cheap creatures that also puts a permanent into your graveyard, so it hits synergies pretty well while being efficient removal. Solid C+. Now we have Deathcap Marionette, 1 and a black for a 1/1 Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. Another solid way to fuel the descend. A 1/1 Death Touch means it's going to trade up into whatever you want at any point in the game, so it stays relevant throughout the game, and that mill 2, helping your descend stuff, is solid. It's a pretty decent common. Give this one a C. Now we have Deep Goblin Skulltaker. 2 and a black for a 2/2 menace. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Deep Goblin Skulltaker. Alright, another solid little common here. You really want to be triggering descend every single turn to keep beefing this thing up. And I guess all it does is just become one kind of big threat, so it can always just get killed by one removal spell at some point. It's never doing anything super spicy, super crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it to the point of putting it in D tier, but I'm definitely not taking it highly. Just going to fall down into C, C- tier. Now we have Deep Cavern Bats. 1 and a black for a 1/1 flying lifelinking bat. When it enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You can exile a non-land card from it until it leaves the battlefield. Yeah, this kind of card has always been perfectly playable, perfectly reasonable. Usually just hits the board, steals their removal spell, and then keeps chipping in, and you know that your cards are safe from removal for a little while. Yeah, perfectly solid, perfectly reasonable, C+. Now we have Defossilize, and this is a card I want to be great. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery. You return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then that creature explores, then explores again. So this is a really fun card with the land cyclers in the format. That's going to be the easiest way to get a really big creature on the board early with this. And this gives you a solid bit of extra value with those explore triggers. So it's definitely a build around, kind of uncommon, but I'm hoping that its archetype's going to be pretty good with all the land cyclers, and I'm going to put it at a B for that reason. I think it is a reason to attempt to go for that reanimator deck, because you know you're going to be getting plenty of land cyclers to go with it at worst, and sometimes you might get the self-milled to hit something even bigger. Now we have an Echo of Dusk, 1 and a black for a 2/2 vampire spirit with Descend 4. As long as there are 4 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Alright, 2 mana 2/2 on curve is very filler, but when you get to that mid to late game, 2 mana 3/3 lifelinker, pretty good stats. Probably balances out here to just the C range. Now we have Fanatical Offering, 1 and a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sack an artifact or creature, draw 2 cards, and create a map token. This is very solid value. Obviously, you have to sacrifice something for it, but there are some expendable cards to sacrifice between fungi and tokens. So, reasonable card draw spell here. Put it in the C tier. Now we have Fungal Fortitude, 1 and a black for an aura with flash. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0. When enchanted creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Alright, we've seen this kind of card in many limited formats in the past. It's always been pretty filler. It's kind of your last non-land card if you need more of them. You don't really put it in any decks unless you have a ton of enter the battlefield effects to try to abuse it, but it's always like okay as that last playable. Put it in the D tier here. Now we have Gargantuan Leech, 8 mana, 7 and a black for a 5/5 leech, but it costs 1 less to cast for each cave you control and each cave in your graveyard. And yeah, 5/5 lifelink here. Okay. So for it to be worth the mana cost, it has to be 5 mana. You need 3 caves on the board or in your graveyard to make it a 5 mana 5/5 lifelink. And you're not getting like a deal unless you've got 4 or more on board or in your grave. You have got to go hard on the cave deck for this for not an insane amount of payout, honestly. It's a 5/5 lifelinker, maybe a little bit early. Don't love this one too much as a cave build around either. I think this also just falls back down into that C tier. The blue one definitely has felt like the biggest reason to go for the caves. Now we have Grasping Shadows, 3 and a black for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains Death Touch and lifelink until end of turn, and you put a Dread counter on it. Then if it has 3 or more Dread counters on it, you transform it into the Shadow's Lair, which you can tap for a black, or you can spend a black, tap it, and remove a Dread counter from it to draw a card and lose a life. So you get 3 Death Touch lifelink attacks in so that any sized creature gets to attack into their board and threaten to trade up. Plus you get that lifelink to make sure that you are gaining some life to make up for the fact that you didn't really impact the board the turn you played this. And yeah, then you draw 3 over time. Pretty good value, but pretty slow. If the format is slower, it's going to be pretty good. If it's pretty fast, it's not going to be great. I don't think it's ever going to be insane or anything, but I think it's a reasonable card. Probably put it at the C+ tier. Now we have a Greedy Freebooter. A single black mana for a 1/1 human pirate. When the freebooter dies, scry 1 and create a treasure token. Alright, this is not that impactful, but it is a fine card to sacrifice in the dedicated sacrifice decks. The treasure token could go a long way, that is a thing. Just chump block with it, scry, get the treasure, set up your future plays. Just gets a permanent into your grave early too. It's a lot of little tiny things it's doing, but that is the emphasis here, little and tiny. I don't know if that's worth a full card, spending a card to do this stuff. Yeah, I don't think this thing's going to be incredible, but it's going to be fine filler. It's probably C-. Now we have Join the Dead. 2 black and 1 for an instant. Target creature gets -5/-5 till end of turn, and you can descend 4. That creature gets -10/-10 instead if there are 4 or more permanents in your graveyard. So this is already going to kill almost anything without the descend. This is just the best black removal spell probably at common. This is an easy C+. Now we have Malicious Eclipse. 2 black and 1 for a sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 till end of turn. If a creature an opponent controls would die this turn, exile it instead. Interesting. I don't usually like main decking these kind of cards unless I'm a very dedicated controlling kind of deck. Maybe the blue-black Descend archetype kind of likes this, but it's reasonable sideboard fodder. Give this one another just C. Definitely more of a sideboard than main deck sort of card, though. Now we have Mephitic Drought. 1 and a black for an artifact when it enters battlefield or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. Draw a card and lose a life. So 2 mana, draw a card, lose 1, and then you have some sack fodder on the board. Clearly designed for the dedicated sacrifice decks, but it'll be pretty reasonable there. Give this a decent little C. Now we have Preacher of the Schism. 2 and a black for a 2/4 vampire cleric with Death Touch. Whenever it attacks the player with the most life or tied for the most life, you create a 1/1 vampire token with lifelink. Whenever it attacks while you have the most life or are tied for the most life, you draw a card and lose a life. Well, that is excellent. That is going into the A tier. It's giving you solid value no matter what. If you've got a higher life total, you're drawing extra cards. If your opponent has a higher life total, you're spitting out an army of 1/1 lifelinkers over time. And a 2/4 death touching body is incredibly annoying, right? It fights favorably into anything with 3 or less power, regardless of its toughness. Your opponent probably has to like double block to kill this, in which case you're always going to kill both creatures because of the death touch. This is a very, very solid slam dunk pack 1 pick 1 rare here. Now we have Primordial Gnar, 4 and a black for a 5/2 insect horror. When it dies, discover 3. Very simple card, but perfectly reasonable. 5 mana 5/2 that like draws a card when it dies. Discover 3 is not very great. You're going to hit like a 2-drop most of the time off that. It's not replacing itself with anything awesome. I think this is just a fine little C-level card. Now we have Queen's Bay Paladin. 5 mana, 2 black and 3 for a 5/4 vampire knight. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, return up to 1 target vampire card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it and lose life equal to its mana value. Alright, so black and white are where you can find the most vampires, and some of them have lifelink to help make up for the life payment. 5 mana for a 5/4 plus reanimating a creature? Not a bad deal at all, and if you've got a really dedicated deck to vampires, if you've got a ton of them, then you can keep reanimating things with this attacks. I think this is a super solid rare. Give this an A, but it is more of a build around A. You do need to put in some work getting the necessary amount of vampires to get it going. Now we have Rampaging Spiketail. This is black's land cycler in the set. 2 black and 4 for a 5/6 dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, target creature control gets +2/+0, gains indestructible till end of turn, and you can spend 2 to swamp cycle it. As with all of the land cyclers, it has that descend value. It's got that synergy going there and the flexibility between the land cycling ability and the spell itself to keep it at the solid C tier. Now we have a Ray of Ruin, 4 and a black for a sorcery, exile a creature, vehicle, or non-basic land, and scry 1. Definitely a lot weaker than the instant speed -5/-5 removal, even if it can kill more things. But it's not a horrible card at all. Being able to exile is quite nice, and 5 mana is pretty expensive, but not completely restrictively so. So it still stays at the C tier. Fine, reasonable removal to pick up later in the draft. Now we have a Screaming Phantom, 2 and a black for a 2/2 flyer. Whenever it attacks, mill a card. So 3 mana 2/2 flyer that helps with the set's mechanics by filling your graveyard to descend. Pretty reasonable, pretty solid stuff. I like C+ on Screaming Phantom. Moving on, we've got Skullcap Snail, 1 and a black for a 1/1 fungus snail. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. That is super reasonable and super solid, and definitely shows off how that blue-black rare, the discard a card ability on that was definitely not very exciting, because that card was more color restrictive, and it didn't put anything on the board. This, you get to keep a 1/1 on the board, and you make them exile instead of discard the card. It immediately 1-for-1s your opponent. You spend a card to get them to exile one of theirs, and then you still have a 1/1 left behind, so you're ahead a little bit the second this hits the board. So even if it does just chump block to fill your graveyard for descend, it's put in some pretty good work. I'm going to give this one a C+. Now we have Soul Coil Viper, 2 and a black for a 2/3 creature snake. You can spend a black and tap it to sacrifice it and return a card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, very similar to the other Reanimator spell here. This is going to be a really fun one to try to use alongside land cycling abilities. And I'm definitely going to try to draft some Reanimator decks, and I think they're going to be pretty reasonable. I'm going to give this a solid B. Now we have Souls of the Lost, 1 and a black for a spirit. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card or sacrifice permanents. Its power is equal to the number of permanents in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that +1. This is pretty reasonable. I don't know if this is like a bomb or anything, but having to discard a card when you play it, make sure you have something in your graveyard, so it's at least like a 1/2 immediately. And later in the game, neither of these effects should be too big of a downside to get it onto the board. Yeah, I think it's a solid B tier. It's not like a bomb or anything. It's not a slam dunk, pack one, pick one, but I think it'll be good in the Descent kind of decks. Moving on, we have Stalactite Stalker. 1 black mana for a 1/1 Goblin Rogue with Menace. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and you can spend a 2 black and sacrifice it to have target creature get -X/-X till end of turn, where X is its power. This is an infinitely better version of the 3 mana 2/2 Menace at common that does the same thing, because this like turns into a removal spell later if you need it, and it just hits the ground running real quick. Yeah, I like this a good amount. I still don't know if this is quite bomb level. It depends on really how consistently you can get your deck to descend every turn. I feel like this is still more of a B+ than an A tier card, because I imagine there will be some packs where there's some uncommon that's just like really good that I would rather take than this card. Not a lot. I would still pack one, pick one this in most packs, but I don't think I'd pack one, pick one this every time like I would with the A tier cards. Now we have Starving Revenant, 2 black and 2 for a 4/4 Spirit Horror. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 2. Then for each card you put on top of your library, you draw a card and lose 3 life. So you can just make this a 4 mana 4/4, draw 2, lose 6. And then descend 8. Whenever you draw a card, if there are 8 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, target opponent loses life and you gain a life. This thing is really creepy looking. Well, this is incredible. This is an A tier card. You should pack one, pick one this every time. I think the best play pattern with this, more often than not, is going to be to surveil 2, put 1 on top, 1 into the graveyard. Hopefully putting a permanent into the graveyard to help move towards that descend 8, if you can get there. But then you just have a 4 mana 4/4 that drew you a card right when you played it, It also set up your draws with that surveillability. It's just really solid value up front no matter what happens to it, and if it sticks around, you just got a dirty little 4/4 that's a pretty solid sized body to just go to combat with throughout time, so very solid card. Now we have Stinging Cave Crawler, 2 and a black for a 1/3 death touch. It's an insect horror. And it has Descend 4. Whenever it attacks, if there are 4 more permanents in your grave, you draw a card and lose a life. Ooh. So a 1/3 death touch. Pretty annoying blocker, but not an exciting card. That's like a D tier card. You need to be descending, but Descend 4 is the reasonable descend number. Descend 8 is the one where I'm like, well, even if you're a descend deck, I don't know how often you're getting there. You're definitely not getting there early, but Descend 4, I think Descend decks can get to that Descend 4 in the mid to late game pretty consistently, and at that point, you can cash in the Cave Crawler and guaranteed get a 2-for-1 for it. Because if you attack in with this, sure, by the time you have Descend 4, they can probably kill it when you attack, but because of its death touch, you draw a card and trade into one of their creatures. So you're getting a 2-for-1 guaranteed there. So I like this quite a bit. This is a solid B. Now we have Synapse Necromage, 2 and a black for a 3/1 fungus wizard. When it dies, create 2 1/1 black fungi that can't block. So very, very reasonable, obviously for the sacrifice kind of decks, but it's going to be great in them. Give this one probably a C+, because I don't imagine it's an incredible card when you're not playing with some sacrifice synergies, but it is great when you are. Now we have Terrian's Journal. 1 and a black for a legendary artifact. You can tap it and sacrifice another artifact or creature to draw a card. You can only do that at sorcery speed, which does make it quite a bit weaker than otherwise, because if you could sack the creature in response to removal, that'd be great. You can also spend 2 mana, tap it, and discard your hand to transform this into the Tomb of Aclazotz, which is tap for a black, or you can tap it to cast a creature from your graveyard this turn with a finality counter as a vampire in addition to its other types. Oh my god, okay. This seems really good. I might be overhyping this card here, overestimating it here, but I want to give it an A. So, if you still have a lot of stuff to do and you're in the early game, you could just sit here, maybe sack a treasure or a map or a fungus here or there to draw a card. But late in the game, I think you just treat this as like a 6-drop or 7-drop, really. And you just want to play this as your last spell, immediately flip it into the Tomb, and then you could just keep recasting creatures from your grave. Like, being able to cast every creature from your grave over time is an absurd ability, even if it does take quite a bit of time to get there. Since you don't want to do it till you have no other cards in your hand. But yeah, I mean, I think the land side of this is the busted part. That does seem like a great card. I'm going to pack one, pick one for sure, at least early in the format. Now we have Terror Tide, 2 black and 2 mana for a sorcery. All creatures get -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So, interesting board wipe here, because you can't do the usual game plan in Draft and Sealed, where you have your board wipe in your opening hands. You're like, oh, I'm going to get them so bad. I'm not going to play any creatures. I'm just going to cast card draw spells, and they're going to get got, because I'm going to 3-for-1 them. With this, you can't do that, because you have to get some permanents in your graveyard, and the easiest way to do that is going to be curving out with some creatures and trading off. Maybe the dedicated blue-black control decks can use this pretty well, because you do have those card draw spells that we saw that were like draw 2 and mill 2, stuff like that can help you out quite a bit. So I think there it's going to be really good. But I think it's still powerful. I still like how it plays out for the non-descend decks. Of it's just like not going to do anything for you early, but later on you can wipe everything out. I guess that's more of a card design thing that I like about it. I like that you can't be just annoying with it and just play nothing and then wrath the board. But that does make it a little weaker, I guess, for the non-descend decks. Yeah, certainly a little bit more of a build around than most board wipes have been recently, but a pretty powerful one when you have built around it. Gonna give this one actually a B, kind of a B+ instead of an A here, because I do imagine there will be a few uncommons that I'll definitely take over this, but this is a strong reason to be in blue-black or black-green, be in a grindier descent kind of deck. Now we've got a Tithing Blade, 1 and a black for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacks a creature, and you can craft it with a creature for 5 mana to bring it back as the Consuming Sepulcher. At the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So this is a pretty interesting card, because you get to use it as a removal spell early, and then it is a very slow win condition later, but a win condition nonetheless. I don't think either half of the card is great for its mana cost, but slapping both onto one thing is pretty interesting as a build around. In the wrong matchup, this card's terrible. If you play against the black-white deck or the black-green deck, either of those decks that likes to sacrifice creatures and create fungus tokens and stuff, then you're gonna really be sad. But in the right matchup, I think this plays pretty well. I would put it at C tier. I don't think I'd quite put it as like a premium top common in the color, but it's pretty nice in the right matchups. Now we have a Visage of Dread, 1 and a black for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature from it, and they discard that card. Then, for 6 mana, you can craft it with 2 creatures to turn it into a 5/4 menace. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can mill 2 cards. So that can fuel Descent really quick. Yeah, I like this a lot. So you immediately get your 1/1 when you cast it for 2 mana. If your opponent doesn't have an artifact or creature in your hand, you are very, very sad, but hopefully most of the time, you spend this for 2 mana, you trade it off into 1 creature, and then the flip side is really great. And because you can craft it with cards in your graveyard, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time in black milling or sacrificing stuff to have 2 creatures in grave to get your Dread Osiosaur on the board. Yeah, I think slapping both the cards together gives them solid value and the solid little B. Now we have Vito's Inquisitor, 3 and a black for a 3/3 Vampire Knight. You can spend 1 black mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on it, and give it menace till end of turn. Yep, if you need some sack outlets, there you go. There's your sack outlet. Pretty aggressive too. Sack 1 card and boom, it's a 4/4 menace attacking in. Next turn, boom, it's a 5/5 menace. Don't hate it at all. Don't think it's super premium, but pretty solid in those sack decks. And that is going to do it for black. Moving on to the red, we have a Braid, 1 and a red for an instant. Deal 3 to target creature or destroy target artifact. Classic, it's been reprinted in many limited formats and it is always great. This format will be no different. Plenty of small creatures to kill with it, plus being able to destroy an artifact is relevant in the set. There's quite a few of those, so red's premium common removal spell, probably red's best common at C+. Now we have Ancestor's Aid, 1 and a red for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and first strike till end of turn, and you create a treasure token. Fine little filler combat trick if you need more of those, but never going to be exciting, never going to be a hard pick, a high pick. It just ends up in your deck when you don't have enough non-creature spells yet, so just give that one a D. Now we have Belligerent Yearling, 1 and a red for a 3/2 trample, and whenever another dinosaur enters the battlefield under your control, you can have its base power become equal to that creature's power until end of turn. So this is just a really large creature for the mana cost with pure upside. This seems pretty phenomenal. That is a great common. Fits right in at the B tier. Now we have a Bone Horde Dracosaur, 5 mana, 2 red and 3 for a 5/5 dinosaur dragon with flying and first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn, and if you exiled a land this way, you get a 3/1 dinosaur. If you exiled a non-land this way, you create a treasure token. So this card gives me an interesting predicament, because I have said before that the thing that gets you into the S tier is your ability to still have heavily impacted the game, even if you died immediately. And that is something that, like, you know, the 5 mana 5/3 that spits out a 3/3 does, stuff like that, where you're still ahead when they immediately have the removal spell for it. I feel like even though your opponent has one single turn to have the removal and make it so this card didn't impact the game, its ability is so backbreakingly absurd that it still shoots its way up into the S tier, because even if they have removal any other turn, if it wasn't the exact turn after you played it, you're going to get 2 extra cards drawn that turn off of the Exile 2, and maybe a 3/1 dinosaur or a treasure or any combination of those. So if it sticks around for literally a single turn, you've gotten a 3-for-1 at minimum with additional tokens, and you poke your opponent for 5 in the sky. If this is not dealt with instantaneously, I don't see how anybody's going to win that game. If it is dealt with instantaneously, they did completely stop it, and that is going to feel great. That's going to be one of the best feeling things in the format. When your opponent taps out, slams down the Dracosaur, and you immediately kill it on your next turn before it gets the upkeep trigger, you're like, because it's like you would have just lost the game if that stuck there for a single turn. But again, the reason I'm rating it S tier, you'll lose the game if it sticks for a single turn. Now we have Brass's Tunnel Grinder. 2 and a red for a legendary artifact. When it enters the battlefield, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. And at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a boar counter on it. Then if there are 3 or more boar counters on it, you may remove those counters and transform it. You actually have to remove those counters from it and transform it. Then you get Tecatlan, the Searing Rift. This is a red land, so it taps for red, and whenever you cast a permanent spell using mana provided by it, you discover X, where X is the spell's mana value. Alright, well this is an awesome card. So, if you want to, you can technically play this as just 3 mana draw a card, but what you should do is discard at least 1 permanent when you play it, so you get your first boar counter onto it. So that you only need to descend 2 more turns to flip this thing. So up front, I mean, it's not good, but it's not terrible. You discard 1, draw 2 for 3 mana. That is overcosted for sure. That'd be a D tier card. But you build around this a little bit, you get 2 more descends going, and you get an insane land onto the board. This is right on the borderline between A tier and B tier, because of the fact that it's not worth the mana value until you flip it, and then you're like, all right, we got there, and now I'm just winning the game. If you don't manage to flip it, it's just not worth the mana cost. It's just overcosted. So you really need to have enough ways to descend to get this thing to flip. But I feel like you can do that. If you take it early, you can build around it enough. You can get this to flip. You can start drawing and casting an extra spell for free every single turn. So I'm going to go with A tier on this thing. I think I'm going to start the format trying to pack 1, pick 1 this every time. See if I can get the descent going. Now we have a Brazen Blade Master. 3 mana for a 2/3 Orc Pirate. Whenever it attacks, while you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+1 until end of turn. So 3 mana for a 2/3, but if you get 2 artifacts on your board, it attacks as a 4/4. It still doesn't block any bigger, but it attacks as a 4/4. Pretty reasonable, very clear build around, solid in the archetype that it's designed for, very bad anywhere else, goes into the C tier. Now we have Breach's Eager Pillager, 2 and a red for a 3/3 legendary goblin pirate with first strike. Whenever a pirate you control attacks, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. So if you attack with multiple pirates, you do get multiple triggers. You create a treasure token, target creature can't block this turn, and exile the top card of your library, you may play it this turn. Well, this is just great. So Breaches by himself does trigger his own ability, so you can just play this as a 3 mana 3/3 first strike, that basically draws you a card every turn. You just keep using the exile. Or if you need mana, you get the flexibility of getting the treasure tokens, or if your opponent has a blocker that's big enough to stop Breaches from attacking, you get the flexibility of shutting that off. Breaches by himself is already a very good card, and if you have more pirates on the board, it becomes pretty absurd. Easy A tier, pack one, pick one bomb. Now we've got a Burning Sun Cavalry, 1 in red for a 2/2 human knight. Whenever it attacks or blocks while you control a dinosaur, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Alright, 2-mana 2/2 with the set's mechanic. This time, that mechanic just being dinosaur-focused decks here. So, C tier, play in your dinosaur decks, do not play it elsewhere. Now we have Calamitous Cave-In, 3 and a red for a sorcery. It deals X to each creature and planeswalker, where X is the number of caves you control plus the number of caves in your graveyard. This is the kind of build around I'm talking about when I want to try to play like a 5-color caves deck. You've got to have these solid ways to beat more aggressive strategies while you're dirtling around playing a bunch of tap lands like caves. This is one of the biggest reasons I would imagine to start pushing into a cave-focused archetype, and this is going to get a solid B to B plus here. Now we have Child of the Volcano, 3 in a red for a 3/3 trample. At the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Yep, reasonable common again. For the descend decks, over time it keeps getting bigger. 4/4 trample, then 5/5 trample, so on, keeps beating in. Perfectly reasonable, never super exciting. You can't like skip up and descend multiple times in one turn to make it insane immediately, so the fact that it has to slowly accrue the value over time does keep it from being like great, but it'll be a solid filler common here at C. Now we've got a Curator of Sun's Creation, 3 in a red for a 3/3 human artificer. Whenever you discover again for the same value. This ability triggers only once each turn. So I think there's a low enough amount of discover that it's a little bit difficult to really build around this. And some of the discover spells are kind of not great. So I'm not super duper high on this where I'm immediately going to slam dunk it, try to build around this as a signpost uncommon. But I think if I've got 1 or 2 ways to discover and I see this pack 2 or something, I'll be like, all right, I can probably get good value off this. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty reasonable. I'm going to put it at the C+ tier, but not really a B tier. Now we have Daring Discovery, 4 in a red for sorcery, up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn, and discover 4. So 4 sounds pretty big. The one issue you have to think of is 4 is the top end of what you're discovering, not the bottom end. So if you flip some cards and you hit a 2-drop, then you're just getting a 2-drop off of the discover, even though it's discover 4. So that does drag the spell down quite a bit, because this is the kind of card you only want to play in a really aggressive deck, because otherwise you don't really care about shutting off the blockers anyway. So this is probably going to shut off 3 blockers and get you a 2-drop or a 3-drop on average. But I don't think that's horrible for more aggressive decks. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's a super high pick, but I think I still put this in the C tier rather than the D tier. Now we have a Diamond Pickaxe. 1 red mana for an artifact equipment with Indestructible. You can equip it for 2 mana, and equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever it attacks, create a treasure token. Alright, I mean 2 mana to equip is a bit much. If this was 1 mana to equip, I think it would be a pretty great equipment. I'd probably put it at like C+, but 2 to equip I think drags it down to just being like C tier here. If you're like a blue-red Pirates deck and you want to get a lot of artifacts on the board, this can help you do it. You want to have some synergies, though, to slap this in, which drags it down to C. It doesn't just fit into absolutely everything, like some previous pickaxes. Now we've got his Dino-Tomaton, which is adorable. 4 mana for a 4/3 artifact creature, Dinosaur Gnome with Menace, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature control gains Menace till end of turn. Alright, that's reasonable. I might be overrating it a little bit, but I'm going to give it a C+ here. 4/3 Menace and get another Menace swing in, and it's an artifact which is relevant. I think this is just hitting a lot of things that are pretty solid. Now we have a Dire Flail. 1 red mana for an equipment. For 1 mana, you equip and give +2/+0. So that is Bone Splitter stats right there. That's just a 1-mana equipment for +2/+0 for 1 mana. That's very efficient. And then for 2 red and 3 mana, you can craft it with an artifact to get the Dire Blunderbuss, which equips for only 1 mana still, but now it gives +3/+0, and whenever the creature attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact other than the Blunderbuss, and have the creature deal damage equal to its power to target creature. Alright, well there's a clear build around for this card. You need additional artifacts. You need expendable artifacts. You need them for the craft, and you need them for the sacrifice ability on the Blunderbuss half. But if you get that going, if you're like again, blue-red pirates with a bunch of treasure tokens lying around, this thing's going to be nasty once you flip it, and it's still going to be okay on that front half. Like, it's not horrible on the front. If this card were just the front half, I think that's still a C tier equipment. It's not D tier or anything, and when you slap on that additional backside, I think it's very, very solid. I want to say like B+, but again, I didn't put a B+ on my rating scale here. I want to say B+ or A-, but if I had to choose here, I'm going to start off high on this one. Let's go for the A. Now we've got a dowsing device, 1 and a red for an artifact. Whenever it or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, up to 1 target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Then you can transform the dowsing device if you control 4 or more artifacts. You turn it into the Geode Grotto. Taps for a red, or you can spend 2 and a red and tap it, and say until end of turn, target creature gains haste and gets +X/+0, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Activate it only as a sorcery. Alright, so you get a little like fire breathing kind of effect here. If you have like 3 treasures on the board, you can spend 3, get +3/+0 every turn. Which is fine. I don't think the land is super crazy, and I don't think the artifact itself is super crazy either. Honestly, one of the most nuts ways to use this might be to just play it really early and have enough artifact tokens early that you just flip it to like ramp and just get a land that taps for red. Yeah, I don't love this a lot. Just a bunch of little +1/+0s, but it still seems fine. I think I'll still give it a C tier here. Now we've got Dreadmaw's Ire. 1 red mana for an instance. Until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy an artifact that player controls. Well, it's a really efficient combat trick that it's going to be super gross against blue-white decks or anything with artifacts. There are enough artifacts that blue, white, and red probably have targets for this thing, and then green and black, maybe they'll have like a map token or something sitting around. So this can give you that additional value, and just 1 mana +2/+2 trample is not horrible. Still don't think this goes up to like B, but definitely efficient enough to give the C+ to. Now we've got an Enterprising Scallywag, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Pirate, and at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, create a treasure token. Depends on if your deck is great at descending. I guess if you're just like blue-red pirate aggro, then anytime you're trading a creature off, you're also getting a treasure token out of the deal, which is pretty nice. Yeah, just a 2/2 with minor upside, but it's pretty relevant upside for the kind of artifact synergies running around in the format, so give that one a nice little C+. Now we have Atali's Favor, 2 and a red for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control, when it enters the battlefield, discover 3, and enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has trample. So 3 mana, give some +1/+1, cast a 2-drop for free on average. You can definitely build your deck around this thing, because I don't think you should build your deck around like the high mana value discover cards, where you want to ruin your curve so that you have more 4-drops than 2-drops on average for your discover 4 stuff. But I don't think it would be that unreasonable to just make sure you don't really have many 1 mana spells if you have a lot of Discover 3, and then you can kind of lock in and guarantee that your Discover 3 cards are hitting a 2 mana spell or a 3 mana spell. And if this always hit a 2-drop or better, it'd be a pretty good card. So I think this is actually probably pretty good. It's not that hard to build around. The one flaw, of course, the same flaw with every aura, if you try to slap this onto something while your opponent has mana up at instant speed, they could 2-for-1 you. They could bounce your creature in response. They could destroy your creature in response. Then you don't get your enter the battlefield trigger. And that's a huge downside. But I think overall, this is going to be a pretty solid one. I'm going to give it a C+. Now we've got Geological Appraiser. And this thing's nuts. This is my favorite uncommon I think we've seen so far. This is a 4-mana 3/2, and when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, discover 3. So it's a 4-mana 3/2 and a 2-mana spell at the same time, or a 3-mana spell at the same time. 4-mana 3/2 draw a card would already be good. This is 4-mana 3/2 cast a card that wasn't even in your hand yet, like cast a card out of your deck for free. This, honestly, this is the kind of level of uncommon that I could see myself taking over a lot of those B tier rares, to the point where I'm honestly just going to say this is an A tier card. I think I'm taking this thing super highly. Now we've got a Goblin Tomb Raider. 1 red mana for a 1/2 Goblin Pirate. As long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0 and has haste. So, I mean, you're not going to have an artifact turn 1, so it's not a 1-mana 2/2 haste turn 1, which makes it crazy. It can be that in Pauper in constructed formats. That's going to be awesome. Play an artifact land and drop this thing out and just go wild. Or a 0-mana artifact like a Mox and just go crazy. You can't do that in draft, though. You can, however, curve out pretty efficiently with a random treasure token somewhere, and then turn 3, turn 4, play a 2-drop or a 3-drop and a 1-mana 2/2 haste in the same turn, which is pretty nasty. I mean, this is definitely like a good 1-drop. It's a playable 1-drop. Just don't know it's going to be an incredibly high pick, so I'm going to keep it at the C tier. Now we've got a Gold Fury Strider. 4 and a red for a 3/5 artifact creature golem. It's got trample. You can tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control to give a creature +2/+0 till end of turn, but you can activate that only as a sorcery. Well, I do not like this card at all. So 5 mana 3/5 trample is not a good cost. And sorcery speed on the tap ability means you have to be in a really good position to be doing this, because you have to tap 2 artifacts and or creatures. Like maybe you've got 2 treasure tokens and then this is straight value. That's when you've won the lottery. But if you have to tap any amount of relevant cards, like if you have to tap a creature and a treasure to do this at sorcery speed, and then you also have to attack with your +2/+0 card, you're leaving yourself very open to counterattacks. Yeah, I mean, you've got to be just overflowing with map tokens and treasure tokens to really want this card. I do not recommend ever trying to play this and just buff creatures by tapping other creatures. Sorcery speed drags this card down a lot, because you got to tap all your stuff during your turn, be open on the crackback. You can't tap in response to them choosing blockers to find a kill or anything. Yeah, I don't like it. This is like a D, more of a D+ or C-, but I want to be a little spicy here, give another uncommon a D rating. Now we've got Hit the Motherlode, 7 mana for a sorcery. Discover 10. If the discovered card's mana value is less than 10, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the difference. So again, the really important thing here is that discovered 10 is the maximum you can hit, not the minimum. So you can cast this and then hit your 2 mana 2/2 and get 8 treasure tokens, which, I mean, that's a lot of treasure. But if you don't have artifact synergies, that's going to be a horrible deal for the 7 mana. So I think this is still going to be moderately playable. I mean, it's 7 mana, which is a lot. But I think it's still going to be moderately playable in like the blue-red decks, where you have a lot of cards that are triggering when artifacts enter the battlefield, or that want you to have a lot of artifacts on the board. But if you don't have some synergies like that, I would basically never take this. And even when you do, 7 mana is going to be a lot here, so I'm still dragging this thing all the way down to the C tier. Now we've got a Hotfoot Gnome. 2 and a red for a 3/1 with haste. you can tap it to have another creature gain haste until end of turn. Alright, nice little aggro artifact creature. Pretty filler. The 1 toughness is obviously quite bad, but slams in for 3 when they don't have a blocker up, and once they do, you just give whatever creatures you're playing haste for the rest of the game. I really dislike that 1 toughness quite a bit. I'm tempted to go D tier on it. Honestly, you know what? I think I will. We're going to give a D tier to the Hotfoot Gnome. Now we've got an Idol of the Deep King, a 2 and a red for an artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. And for 2 and a red, you can craft it with an artifact to get the Sovereign's Makwatil. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+0, and you can move it around for 2 mana. I mean, I don't love either half of this card, but stacking them together makes it pretty reasonable. Still, 3 mana instant for 2 damage is definitely overcosted. 3 mana to get a +2/+0 equipment on the board is definitely overcosted. But slap the 2 together and you're getting some value here. I think this is a C. Could be pretty close to a C+. I think it's closer to C+ than C-, but I don't want to quite give it the same rating as like a Braid. A Braid is infinitely better. Now we've got Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary human knight. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature, and it gains trample until end of turn. And whenever you discard 1 or more cards, you can exile the top card of your library, and you can play it until your next end step. Well, this seems great. This is a super, super high pick, probably just a pack 1, pick 1 every time. You get to filter your cards, so anything you don't want, you discard it to fuel your graveyard and to send stuff, and you draw another card off of that exile ability as long as you can play that this turn. If it's your land for turn, and if it's a spell that you have enough mana for, you just play whatever you've exiled into, and you're buffing your creature every time that you are filtering your cards there. That's really nice. Really, really nice. I think this would already be a solid card if it triggered just whenever it attacked, but the fact that it triggers when any creature attacks, and you can put the counter and the trample on any other creature you control, I think that makes it great. I think that makes it an A tier, pack 1, pick 1 every time. Now we've got Magmatic Galleon, 3 mana and double red, so 5 total for a vehicle. It's a 5/5 that crews for 2. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 5 damage to target creature an opponent controls, and whenever 1 or more creatures your opponents control are dealt excess non-combat damage, create a treasure token. Well, that seems pretty good. Okay, so for 5 mana, you're going to blow up one of your opponent's creatures and get a treasure token the vast majority of the time, and then you're just leaving behind a crew 2 5/5 vehicle. Super solid. I think this also ends up in the A tier, definitely a little weaker, more B+, A- than the last card, just because it is pretty heavily costed, but it is good value. Now we've got O'Hare Actionial, Deepest Might, double red and 2 for a 4/4 trample. If a red source you control would deal an amount of non-combat damage less than its power to an opponent, that source deals damage equal to its power instead. All right, that's not going to be super relevant, but it's going to be very cute when it comes up. Basically a 4 mana 4/4 trample. When it dies, it comes back as the land. And if red sources you controlled dealt 4 or more non-combat damage this turn, you can flip it back into a creature. This is going to be one of the hardest ones to flip. Luckily, if your red sources deal non-combat damage to creatures, that still works. So your Braid helps stack into this, but a Braid doesn't even do it by itself. You need to do 4 or more non-combat. This might even be weaker than the white one here. Yeah, I could definitely see pack 1, pick 1ing some other cards in this thing. Because the common removal we've seen in this format is a Braid for 3 damage and that other thing that does 2 damage. there's probably at least one spell that does 4, but there's not going to be a lot for flipping this back into the creature. And the front half isn't that crazy either, because there's not a ton of ways to do non-combat damage to your opponent. Definitely feels like more of a constructed card, but it's still a 4-mana 4/4 trample with some minor upsides that might come into play now and then. So it still gets a B rating, but I think it is another kind of weaker god here. Definitely weaker than the blue and the black one. Those are much better. Now we have a Panicked Altasaur, 4 and a red for a 4/5 reach, and you can tap it to deal 2 to each opponent. Well, we found a synergy piece for that last god that can get 2 damage in every turn for free. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. We've seen like this exact card in a previous format where it just hits the board, it locks things up, and then it keeps chipping away at your opponent now that you've locked things up with your defender. Perfectly reasonable card if you're a grindier deck. You're trying to lock up the board state and ping them for the last few points of damage, so give that a C. Now we've got Plundering Pirate, 2 and a red for a 3/2 Orc Pirate. When it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Alright, well, we've seen 3 mana 2/2 make a treasure be pretty okay in previous formats like Adventure in the Forgotten Realms, and I think this is a format with enough ways to use those treasure tokens. We've seen a lot of them in red alone, but especially in blue-red, that this is quite valuable. I think it is a C+, great red common. Now we have Poetic Ingenuity, 2 and a red for an enchantment. Whenever one or more dinosaurs you control attack, create that many treasure tokens. And whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 3/1 dinosaur creature token. That triggers only once each turn. Alright, this is a strict build around. If you don't have artifact spells, then this card sucks. Even if like every creature in your deck is a dinosaur, I don't think this is that great. Yeah, I think this is much better in a deck that has multiple artifact spells than a deck that has multiple dinosaurs, because if you cast the artifact spell, you get the dinosaur that then can make the treasures too. And a 3/1 dinosaur is definitely better than just a treasure token. So it's a pretty strict build around, but can give you a lot of extra value. You really need to cast like 2 artifact spells to be okay with this, 3 to be really happy. Because if you imagine, let's say you spend 3 mana, you cast this, and then next turn you cast an artifact spell, you've essentially spent 2 and a red to suspend, to wait a turn, to get a 3/1 down that makes a treasure every time it attacks, which is not a very good deal. You just wouldn't play that card. So you really need to get the second going to be like, okay, I got paid off here. And ideally you want to get like 3 so that you get paid off for the times that will happen on occasion where you just don't get anything from this card. So I'm not a super huge fan of it. I mean, it's a fun build around. It can be strong when you're really going for it, but I'm dropping this thing down to the C+ tier. Now we've got Rampaging Ceratops, 5 mana for a 5/4, and it can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. Very simple. Very simple. It's a beat stick that's really hard to block. That's it. That's what it does. Alright. I mean, C+, just slam it in every deck. But it's a lot of cards I think I'd take higher than it in the B tier. Lots of uncommons that I think are pretty solid. You know, like the black instant speed removal spell, the red discover card. I could just name a lot of uncommons that are before it. So I think it's in the lower range of the uncommons, but still probably take it over pretty much all the, well, not all, but a lot of the commons in the format. Yeah. Reasonable threat. Now we've got a Rumbling Rock Slide, 3 in red for a sorcery. It deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. So 4 mana for 4 damage. Here is your common removal spell to recast your god. You want to draft this really highly alongside that god. Otherwise, I think you still draft it pretty highly. Seems great. Probably red's second best removal spell behind Abrade. And definitely one of their better commons. C+ for the Rumbling Rock Slide. Now we've got a Saheeli's Lattice, 1 and a red for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you can discard a card to draw 2. So it's your Thrill of Possibility for the format that also gives you the ability to spend 4 and a red, craft with 1 or more dinosaurs, and then you get the Mastercraft Raptor, which has power equal to the total power of the exiled cards used to craft it. Well, that's pretty solid. So you've given a really, really solid bit of upside to your Thrill of Possibility here. So the idea is you play this, discard a dinosaur that you're not going to have the mana to cast for quite some time anyway, and then draw 2. And then on turn 5, you basically use the lattice to just play the dinosaur anyway, right? Like you just get an artifact version of that dinosaur. You don't get its abilities, but you get its power on a 4 toughness creature by exiling that dinosaur from your graveyard. I like that a lot. I think that plays pretty well. That's very fun. Solid B. Now we've got a Scythe Claw Raptor, 2 and a red for a 4/3 dinosaur. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, it deals 4 damage to them. Alright, yeah. Solid B tier again, overstated for the cost of 3 mana 4/3, and if you're playing against some blue-black controlling nonsense, then you're shutting off their ability to play instants, because they are not going to want to take 4 to the face. Yeah, solid aggro dinosaur. Now we've got a Seismic Monstrosaur. 2 red and 4 more mana for a 6/5 trample. You can spend 2 and a red to sacrifice land and draw a card, or you can mountain cycle it for 2. Much like all the other land cyclers, it's a solid C for that flexibility of both of those abilities, and of course, you can shove it in your graveyard for your Descend cards and potential Reanimator cards. Now we've got a Sunfire Torch. 1 red mana for an equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, and whenever this creature attacks, you can sacrifice the torch to deal 2 damage to any target, and it equips for 1. Alright, a little shock on an equipment here. Perfectly reasonable, very similar to the other, like 3 mana, 2 damage to any target, like a little overcosted for the amount of damage you're doing, but it's perfectly fine. Give this a C tier. Now we have Sunshot Militia, 1 and a red for a 1/3 human soldier. You can tap 2 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control to have it deal 1 damage to each opponent. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, here's another really fun way to build around the Mythic Red card. Alright, so the Mythic Red card has plenty of cards that actually make it pretty good, but you have to draft around it a lot more than the other gods. So I think I still stand by it being more of a B tier card. But I guess we've seen enough red cards that work well with it that it's probably still A tier. You probably still should pick one, pack one that god often. Because imagine you just have that god. If you have that on board with this militia, now you just tap any 2 cards to deal 4 to your opponent. Insane. As for this card's rating by itself, I think it's still okay. A 2 mana 1/3 is not very exciting. It's a fine, dirty little blocker. But this gives you a way to just keep chipping at your opponent with your treasure tokens and stuff. Again, like I've said with all of these abilities would be like really good if you could activate them at instant speed. And the fact that you can only activate them at sorcery has dragged them down a whole lot to just being very lukewarm, mediocre abilities. But they still add up into being some extra value. Definitely makes the card like C tier instead of a D tier. Now we've got a Tectonic Hazard. 1 red mana for a sorcery that deals 1 to each opponent and each creature they control. Don't love this card in most formats. I just don't think there's enough 1 toughness stuff running around for this to be super main deckable. It's a fine sideboard option, but this is also a format that incentivizes you to play a lower instant sorcery count, try to play more non-creature permanents to up your Descend stuff going on, so I'm just giving this a D. I think it gets a D in most formats, and it'll definitely get one here. Now we've got Triumphant Chomp. 1 red mana for a sorcery, deals 2 to target creature equal to... Triumphant Chomp deals damage to target creature equal to 2 or the greatest power among dinosaurs you control, whichever is greater. Well, that's very solid removal. 1 mana for 2 to any target at sorcery speed is perfectly reasonable in limited. And with a dinosaur on board, this can do so much more. So, very solid removal. Next up is Trumpeting Carnosaur. Double red and 4 for a 7/6 trample. When it enters the battlefield, discover 5. And you can spend 2 in a red and discard it to deal 3 to a creature or planeswalker. I'm giving this thing the S tier. That's insane. That is a pack one, pick one every time. That's an incredibly nice card that you're going to be super happy to open up whenever you get it. If you don't make it to 6 mana, this still works as flexible, just instant speed removal for you. If you do make it to 6 mana, you play a 7/6 and then immediately cast another card off the top of your library. Worst case scenario, you're getting a 7/6 and a 2-drop, right? And then they kill your 7/6. You still got value off of it, even though they killed it. You got a 2-for-1. Best case scenario, maybe we even get a 3 or 4 mana spell off of the Discover, and then this thing's completely nuts. And the flexibility is so good. If you're just in a like removal spell or dead kind of position, then you have the removal spell early. Yeah, I love this card. That thing's insane. Next up, we have Volatile Wanderglyph, 1 and a red for a 2/2 artifact creature golem. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can discard a card to draw a card. All right, perfectly reasonable filler, 2-drop dork. Works with the tap synergies, works with the artifact synergies. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that plays well with the set's mechanics. It's going to get a solid C. Now we have Zoyowa's Justice, 1 and a red for an instant. The owner of target artifact or creature with mana value 1 or greater shuffles it into their library, then they discover X, where X is its mana value. Okay, so your hope here is that your opponent has like a big 5-drop or something. You're going to shuffle that away and hope they just hit a 2-drop. But even then, you're really down a card. You just polymorphed their creature into another one anyway. Yeah, I don't like this very much. I'm going to give this a D tier. I could still see you being low on removal and kind of needing this kind of thing every now and then, but I would try to avoid running this. So we are on to the last and hopefully not the least of the colors here with green. We're starting things off with an Armored Kincaller, 2 and a green for a 3/3 dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, you can reveal a dinosaur from your hand. If you do, or if you control another dinosaur, you gain 3 life. Yeah, 3 mana 3/3 on curve is good already. I expect the dinosaur decks will be a little bit slower than the really aggressive decks, so that 3 life gain pocket can be helpful for sure. I think this is a very reasonable common. Give that a C. Closer to a C plus than a C minus, but gonna fit right in the middle at a C here. Now we've got a Basking Capybara, 1 and a green for a 1/3. It has Descend 4. It gets +3/+0 as long as there are 4 or more permanents in your graveyard. So it starts as a 2 mana 1/3, which is pretty bad, but once you hit that mid game in your Descend decks, 2 mana 4/3s, pretty solid, trades up well. Yeah, solid C again for the Basking Capybara. Now we have Bedrock Tortoise, 3 and a green for a 0/6 turtle. As long as it's your turn, creatures you control have hexproof, and each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than power. So it's a 4 mana 6/6 that gives your whole board hexproof during your turn. I mean, I think you all know where that slots in. That is an A tier card. Now we have Cavern Stomper, 2 green and 4 for a 7/7 dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2, and for 3 and a green, you can make it so it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. And it doesn't gain you any life or anything to really get back in the game, but scry 2 on a 6-drop is big. You immediately dump any lands you hit onto the bottom, and it can sneak past your opponent's chump blockers with its activated ability. I don't think this is terrible. It's still a 6-drop. You really can't run a lot of those, so you can't take this super highly, but if you don't find like a premium uncommon or rare to top off your curve in your dino decks, I think this is a very reasonable option. I'm going to give that a solid C. Now we have Cenote Scout, 1 green mana for a 1/1 Merfolk Scout, and when it enters battlefield, it explores. All right, that is a solid B. That is a B+. It's better than a lot of the uncommons, but not quite an A. It's not a bomb or anything. But 1 mana 1/1 that explores, that's a 1 mana 1/1 that draws a card when you have a land on top of your deck. When you don't have a land on your deck, that's a 1 mana 2/2 that surveils one. Both of those are incredibly absurd stat lines and great cards for limited. Now we have Coati Scavenger, 2 and a green for a 3/2 raccoon. It has Descend 4, so when it enters the battlefield, if there are 4 more permanent cards in your graveyard, return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. So great value when you have Descend 4. You're going to be really unhappy when you have to play this on curve and you don't have Descend, though. So I think that probably balances it out in the middle here. Probably gets a C+ for the Quati Scavenger. Now we have Colossadactyl, very simple card. 2 green and 2 for a 4 mana 4/5 with Reach and Trample. It's big, it's simple, it's strong, just a beefy stat line that is a solid B. Now we have Cosmium Confluence, 4 and a green for a sorcery. You can choose 3, and you may choose the same mode more than once. Search your library for a cave card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on a cave you control. It becomes a 0/0 with haste. It's still a land. Or destroy an enchantment. Okay. So, let's imagine you didn't even draft a cave deck. You just have like 2 or 3 caves randomly because you drafted this card, so you wanted to pick some up. You can use this to search your deck for one of your caves, put it into play, and just make it a tapped 6/6. It's not the great. I mean, 5 mana for a tapped 6/6 that can tap for a mana. Not super great, but that's the worst case scenario. That's your backup plan here. I don't hate this. And I think it's really... I think the cave build-around kind of deck is really fun. So I'm going to take this card as if it's A tier, but it's probably closer to B+. But this is my tier list, so I'm just going to give it the A tier here. I'm going to back one pick on this thing for a while, I imagine. Well, no, I got to be honest with myself. I'm going to give it the B because it's much closer to B+. There are still definitely some uncommons I'd take over it. Not a lot of them. But that's a really fun build around. And I hope it works pretty well. Now we have Disturbed Slumber. 1 and a green for an instant. Until end of turn, target land you control becomes a 4/4 dinosaur with reach and haste. It's still a land, and it must be blocked this turn if able. I really don't like this kind of card. This thing is really just annoying to me. I feel like these cards are always just not great, but it always feels the worst when you get got by them. Sometimes they've even been sorcery speed in the past, where it's just like, there's a lot of situations, a lot of positions where this card does not do much. But every now and then, you'll be sitting there with a really good 3/3 on the board that you just cast, and your opponent will be like, I'll force the 3/3 to block my 4/4 land. You'll be like, wow, well, that ended up being solid removal. Most of the time, though, it's pretty dirtly, pretty random. I would give this a D in the past because they've been like sorcery speed. Giving it instant speed, giving it reach as well. You can randomly try to kill an attacker with it too. Probably does give it the extra flexibility to be more of a C- than a D, but it's a begrudging C up here. Now we've got an Earthshaker Dreadmaw. This is 2 green and 4 mana for a 6/6 trampling dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, you can draw a card for each other dinosaur you control. Clearly a dinosaur build around. You need other dinosaurs on board. Otherwise, it's literally just Colossal Dreadmaw, which is not the greatest. But if you have just one dinosaur on board, it's worth the mana cost. And if you have 2 or more, then you're super happy. This is a solid build around B. Now we've got Explorer's Cache. 1 and a green for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, put another +1/+1 counter on it. You can tap it to move a +1/+1 counter from it onto a creature. It's very interesting. Okay. So you just play this, you put a counter on one of your creatures, and when those creatures die, you get the counter back on this. It's still pretty slow and dirtily, but it's fun to toy around with here, and it could stack into a lot of +1/+1 counters over the course of a game with like, I mean, it's in the name, with an Explore deck that gets a bunch of +1/+1 counters elsewhere. Still only going to be 1 counter a turn, though. Never more than that. I'm just going to give it a C here. Now we have Galta Stampede Tyrant. This is 8 mana, 3 green and 5, for a 12/12 Legendary Elder Dinosaur. It's a 8 mana, 12/12 trample, and when it enters the battlefield, you put any number of creatures from your hand onto the battlefield. So the problem with this card is that once you have 8 mana in draft and sealed, you do not have any more creatures in your hand. Now, there are reanimation spells in the format, the 2 black uncommons that we talked about. So if you can discard this or mill it, and then reanimate it with like the 3 mana reanimator spell, you have lived the dream, and you need to send that clip to everybody immediately. But I don't think that's going to happen all that often. I think this is mainly an 8 mana 12/12 trample, and getting to 8 mana is a lot of work for sure. But a 12/12 trample can certainly win the game if they don't have the removal for it. This is a lot weaker than a lot of the rares and mythics in terms of just killing people by hitting them by itself, because that's all that it does, is it just kills them by attacking in. If they kill it immediately, you didn't even explore, you didn't get a map token, you didn't get an enter the battlefield trigger, because you're realistically not going to have creatures in your hand by the time you're casting this. So I just want to give this like a B. I don't think it's as good as a lot of the other rares in the format. It's still probably fun enough to take over a good amount of the uncommons, but I think you should still take really efficient uncommon removal over this thing. And yeah, I mean, the one upside that I will give it that I have just thought about here is if you're in a position where you need 8 mana to cast this thing right, but you've explored enough to have the 8 lands in your hand, you could be in a position where you have like 7 mana on board, you have a Galta and an 8th land in your hand, and then you pass to your next turn, you draw a creature, and then you can play your 8th land, cast your Galta, and then also drop down that creature you just top decked. But I still don't think that happens like often enough to give it a major upside over just being a 12/12 trample. So it's still going to be a B for me. Now we have Glimpse the Core, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Choose 1, search your library for a basic forest card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, or return a cave from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Well, this is definitely for your dedicated dinosaur kind of ramp decks that are trying to get to a Galta, trying to get to your big Gishath. That's what that one was called. So kind of narrow, but pretty good in those decks, and also for cave decks, obviously. A lot of the green decks do look to be pretty grindy, though, so I feel like the ramp is going to be fine. Maybe not even just in dinosaurs, but in like green-black Descend. Probably not the most exciting in green-blue, but I think green-black, green-red is a good place for it. So I'm going to give it a solid C+. Now we have Glow Cap Lantern, 1 green mana for an equipment. Costs 2 to equip, and equipped creature has, you may look at the top card of your library at any time, and whenever it attacks, it explores. Okay. So, I mean, gives you some card selection and stuff. It's pretty expensive, though. 1 to drop this out, 2 mana to equip it, and you're not getting any extra power and toughness anywhere until you've declared the attack. I guess that's the combo, though, right? You declare an attack, and immediately, like, you know if you have a land or not, so you'll know if your creature's going to get a +1/+1 counter when it declares its attack. Still don't love it. Still feel like it takes quite some time to get good value, but it can accrue into a lot of value over time, especially if you've got one of the cards that cares about exploring over and over again. So it's not going to be like a D tier card or anything, but not a B. We'll just give it a C+. Now we've got a Growing Rites of Ixalan. 2 and a green for a legendary enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal a creature from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on bottom at the beginning of your end step. If you control 4 more creatures, transform it into Ixalan, Cradle of the Sun, which taps for a green for each creature you control. Very nice reprint for Commander. This card's been getting expensive, so super nice to get it back for that format. I think it is much better in Commander than Draft and Sealed, though, because by the time you have 4 creatures on board, usually you have enough mana for most of what you're doing. You can still build around this. Going for your Galta deck or something like that would be pretty fun, but I don't think it's going to fit into absolutely everything. The front half is a pretty slow, pretty weak card draw spell, and by the time you flip it, you probably don't need more mana most of the time. So I think it still falls down to like the C+ C tier. You do live the dream in those decks that spit out little fungi token, like you can see on the front of the card here. You can live the dream, like spit out some fungi, flip this thing turn 4 or something, and ramp like nobody's business. But I don't think that happens often enough to take the card super highly. I think you just take it when you know you are that kind of deck. Now we have Huatli, Poet of Unity. 2 and a green for a 2/3. When she enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And for 3, and then a hybrid red or white mana, 2 of those, you can exile her, return it to the battlefield transformed as the Roar of the Fifth People, which will create 2 3/3 dinosaurs. Then next turn, all your creatures can tap for red, green, and white. Then you search your library for a dinosaur, reveal it, put it in your hand, then give all your dinosaurs double strike trample. This seems great. So up front, you get a 3 mana 2/3 and you draw whatever basic land you need out of your deck. So whatever color you need. So that's already great value up front. And later in the game, flip it, get 2 more 3/3s, get extra mana, draw another dinosaur, and then get your big game-winning double strike trample swing. Seems like excellent, excellent value. I don't think she's quite an S tier because she definitely is a bit slow when it comes to fully ending the game, but she stacks in so much value. She is easily your pack one, pick one every time you see her. Now we have Huatli's Final Strike. 2 and a green for an instant. Target creature control gets +1/+0 till end of turn and deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So this is going to be green's premium removal spell for the format, but the thing to note is that it is green removal, so it has flaws. It certainly has flaws. The big flaw being that if your opponent has their own instant speed removal spell, then they can blank your removal and kill your creature at the same time by killing whatever you're targeting with your Huatli's Final Strike. So you gotta be cautious when using these green removal spells, but this is the only kind of removal that green gets, so it is still the best kind of green removal we're gonna find in the set, and it still goes up to C+. I would just try to prioritize taking removal in your secondary color when you can. Taking a Braid over this, take a black removal spell over this. Ideally try to use those. Next up, we have Hulking Raptor. 2 green and 2 for a 5/3 dinosaur with Ward 2. And at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add double green. So that's basically right after your upkeep. So 4 mana 5/3 Ward 2. Perfectly reasonable card, probably C+ level. That extra mana is pretty nice for a dinosaur deck, though. You don't get it until this has lived for a turn, but then you'll have realistically at least 6 mana next turn, because you'll still have all the lands you used on this, plus you'll have double green. Yeah, that's a really good ramp dork. It's like a ramp dork that's also a beefy creature to be attacking in with as well. The low toughness is a bit of a downside here as well. It will be trading down into 2 mana 3/1s potentially. Can get killed by an Abrade, but it's got the ward at least for playing around removal. Seems like a super solid rare. I think this is a pick one, pack one. Give that the A tier. Now we have In the Presence of Ages. 2 and a green for an instant. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a creature and or a land from among them into your hand and put the rest into your graveyard. So this is like the way better version of the card draw that Growing Rights of Itlamok gets you, because this is instant speed and it can draw you 2 cards, and it puts the rest into your graveyard to fill your Descend cards. This is awesome. I'm going to give this a C+. This is like solid card draw for green that really fuels your Descend cards as well, which is pretty fun. And you can do it as a trick at instant speed too. If you have like something on the board that when you have 4 or more permanents in your graveyard gains flying or death touch or something, just be like, all right, I'll use this right before I declare my blockers, and then boom, my thing's up in the sky now. Now we have Intrepid Paleontologist. 1 and a green for a 2/2 human druid. Taps for a mana of any color. Can spend 2 mana and exile a card from a graveyard, and then you can cast dinosaur creature spells from among cards you own that are exiled with the Paleontologist. If you do, they enter the battlefield with a finality counter on them, so they will be exiled when they die, but this is still great. So they're a mana dork to help ramp into your dinosaurs. And if you have randomly milled any dinosaurs or any of them have died, you can use this as a mana sink as well to exile those dinosaurs from your graveyard and start recasting them. Yeah, that seems really, really solid. That is like a B plus A tier card here. I don't think it's quite as balmy as a lot of the A tier cards. So I'm going to put it in B, but I think I'm still going to take this very highly. Now we have Ixalan's Lorekeeper. This is 1 green mana for a 1/1 human druid. You can tap for a mana of any color, but you can only spend that mana on dinosaur spells and dinosaur sources. Well, obviously there's one deck that it's meant for, but it's going to be great in that deck. Your little mana dork, your Birds of Paradise, your Llanowar Elves for your dino deck. Solid B. Now we have Jade Seedstones. 3 and a green for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. Then for 7 mana, you can craft it with a creature to make the Jade Heart Attendant. A 7/7 that when it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the mana value of the exiled card used to craft it. Alright, that seems pretty good. Up front, 4 mana to put 3 +1/+1 counters wherever you want. Not a super great spell. This has never been super powerful or anything, but the power of this is getting both slapped onto one card. By the time you have 7 mana, it should not be hard to have a creature in your graveyard to craft with. So you can think of this, if you've played Wilds of Eldraine with the adventure spells, as basically like a 7 mana 7/7 creature that also has the 4 mana adventure to put some +1/+1 counters around, which stacks up into some pretty good value. So I like the card quite a bit, and I'm hoping the format's going to be slower, where these kinds of big 7 mana late game plays can play out pretty well, and hoping that'll be the case. So I'm going to give it a solid C for how I hope the format is going to be. And now we have Jade Light Spelunker. This is X and a green for a 1/1 Merfolk Scout. When it enters the battlefield, it explores X times. So for 2 mana, you get a 1/1 that explores once. For 3 mana, you get a 1/1 that explores twice. This stacks into some great stats no matter what, right? I think anywhere on the mana curve, you're going to be happy with whatever happens. So let's say you spend like 4 mana on this. What is your worst case scenario, right? Like maybe you want a big creature and you just get a 1/1 and draw 3 lands, but it has still dug 3 lands out of the way, so that's still a good deal. It's drawn 3 cards at that point. Maybe you want to hit lands and you cast this for 4 mana and explore 3, and then you don't hit lands, but then it's like, okay, either it's going to be a 4/4, or you can just mill like the first 2 cards you see to try to find that land. Maybe it's ends up being a 3/3 and then draws you that land. Yeah, no, I can't see anywhere on the curve that this is not just going to be super great for the mana cost. This is definitely an A tier card. I'm going to pack one, pick one this every time. It's also really splashable for a single green mana. If you get any amount of mana fixing, yeah, this card is super reasonable. Now we have Caslim's Stone Tree. 2 and a green for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You can put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And then craft with a cave for 5 and a green. At that point, you get a 5/5, Caslim's Strider. Okay, so this is pretty reminiscent of like a Beanstalk Giant style adventure creature. 3 mana, so pull a land out of your deck, and then 6 mana to get your 5/5. This is restrictive though. You have to find a cave. So you have to draft a couple caves to get this to actually flip. Obviously, it's going to be good in the cave decks. But even if you're not in a cave deck, if you find like 4 caves, it's probably where it's sort of reasonable. Digging 6 cards deep at that point. You would far prefer to obviously exile a card in your graveyard than something off the board, but by the time you have 6 mana, it's probably not that bad to exile a cave from the battlefield. So yeah, super reasonable. Not like incredible. It's mana ramp no matter what. Yeah, mana ramp, then get a 5/5. And there are a good amount of caves at common, uncommon stuff. A little wishful thinking here, but I'm going to give it a C+. Hope it is one of the better green commons for grindy, rampy decks. Just got to make sure to pick up some caves during the draft. Now we have Malamet Battle Glyph. 1 green mana for a sorcery. Choose a creature you don't control and a creature... choose a creature you do control and a creature you don't control. If the creature you controlled entered the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it, then those creatures fight each other. Weird, so it's a very slightly better Prey Upon. It's Prey Upon, where it's just 1 mana, a creature you control fights another creature. But if you've got the extra mana when you play like a 5-drop on turn 6 or something, you can also get a +1/+1 counter out of it. I don't think that's great. I don't love fight removal spells. I think I still, even with that raw efficiency, prefer the instant speed removal spell that your creature just deals the damage. It doesn't even have to fight. So I'm going to give this one a C, rate it right below the other removal spell. Now we have Malamet Brawler, 1 and a green for a 2/2. Whenever it attacks, target attacking creature gains trample till end of turn. Reasonable filler, 2 mana 2/2, gets your dino to trample over while it's attacking. I think this card is fine filler. Now we have Malamet Scythe, 2 and a green for an equipment with flash, and when it enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, and then you can move this around the equip cost of 4. So this is a fine kind of combat trick, definitely overcosted for a combat trick, but you get a permanent buff, which is what makes up for that. Clearly designed for the green-white deck that wants to have creatures with higher power than their base stats. Probably a solid addition to your deck there, but I wouldn't really play it anywhere else. Give it a solid D. Next up, we have the Malamet Veteran, 4 and a green for a 5/4 cat warrior with trample. And whenever it attacks, if there are 4 more permanent cards in your graveyard, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Well, if you're getting repeated attacks out of your 5 mana 5/4 trample, probably already in a winning position, but it is some nice extra stats there. Maybe it lets you attack with another creature that couldn't have been attacking otherwise. Say your opponent has a 3/4 or a 4/4 blocker, and you have like a 3/1 sitting on the board. Now, boom, that 3/1's attacking as a 4/2, and it can attack alongside it. So even if it only gets the trigger 1 time, it's a pretty good trigger, and Descend 4 by the time you're at 5 mana, probably not unreasonable to find in your black-green, blue-green, Descend-oriented decks. So I think this is a pretty solid top end. Give that a solid C. Now we have a Mineshaft Spider. 4 mana for a 3/4 reach, and when it enters the battlefield, you may mill 2 cards. All right. That is a Descend enabler right there. That's a Craft enabler right there. It's doing all the stuffs. It's not a bad stat line for the mana cost. Yeah, gets a C+. Now we have the Nurturing Bristleback, and this is probably the best of the land cycling creatures for your Reanimator decks, because when it hits the board, you also get a 3/3, so you're getting 2 bodies off of the 1 card. It's a 7 mana 5/5 that comes with a 3/3 or a Forest Cycler for 2 mana. So I'm going to give this one a C+, rate it slightly above all the other land cyclers, because I think the best place to play them generally is going to be the Reanimator decks, and they're all going to be equally medium in any other pile, but this is kind of the one you really want for those Reanimator decks. Now we have O'Hare Kaslam, Deepest Growth. 2 green and 3 more for a 6/5 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library, and you can put a creature card and or land from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on a bottom in a random order. When it dies, transform it into this. The Temple of Cultivation. You can spend 2 and a green, tap it, transform it, but only if you control 10 or more permanents. That is not that hard to do late in the game. Have a token or 2 or a creature or 2 sitting around and just have like 6 lands. Yeah, that is pretty easy to get. That is just inevitably going to come back later in the game if it dies. And if it gets the attack off, oh my god. Just dump something out for free? Yep. Ridiculous Mega Bomb. This goes into the S tier alongside the Black God. Incredible, incredible card. Now we have Over the Edge. 1 and a green for a sorcery. You get to destroy an artifact or enchantment, or have target creature you control explore twice. Neither of these are very good effects you'd really want to main deck, but at least it gives you the flexibility here, so I don't think it would be egregious to do so. It's not F tier, but it is definitely a G. And if your opponent has a lot of good artifacts and enchantments, then that flexibility is nice to where you can sideboard this in, and when they don't have a good artifact or enchantment, you can still explore with this, but I don't think it puts it over the edge in bringing it up to a C tier. Now we have Pathfinding Axe Draw. 3 and a green for a 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. Nice and simple, nice and powerful. Keeps your draws working smoothly. Digs for the land or surveils whatever you need. Solid card. Give that a C+ as one of green's best commons. Now we have a Poison Dart Frog. 1 and a green for a 1/1 with reach. You can tap it for a mana of any color. You can also spend 2 mana. Give it Death Touch till end of turn, so that you can trade it up into something late in the game when you're done using it for mana. Perfectly reasonable card. Great for all the ramp stuff. Great fixing. There hasn't been a lot in the format, so that's going to be pretty premium. Probably a solid C+ as well. Now we have Pugnacious Hammer Skull. 2 and a green for a 6/6 dinosaur. Whenever it attacks while you don't control another dinosaur, put a stun counter on it. So you just have to be a green-red dinosaur deck, and this is literally a 3 mana 6/6. Just if you play another dinosaur, it's a 3 mana 6/6 with no downside. Even if you don't, it's not stunned forever. It just doesn't untap next turn. Yeah, that's an A tier. That is a high pick, and it pushes you very clearly into green-red dinos. Now we have a River Herald Guide. 2 and a green for a 3/1 vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, it explores. I love the explorer like value creatures, but this is probably my least favorite for its mana cost, just because that low toughness here. Honestly, if this were a 1/3 vigilance that explored when it entered the battlefield, I'd like that better than the 3/1 body, so this is my least favorite than the explorer creatures, or of the explorer creatures, but I think they're all good, so it still gets a C tier, just not C+ like pretty much all the others have. Now we have a Seeker of Sunlight. Speaking of explore creatures, this is a 1 mana 1/1 Merfolk Scout, and for 3 mana you can just have it explore. Activate that only as a sorcery. It's pretty nice. If there's any time that you're missing out on your mana curve, you just get to explore, set up your draws there, and if you're late in the game, you have nothing left to do, you can just dump a bunch of mana into this, dig through any mana flood, set up your draws. I don't hate that at all. I think that's a pretty good mana sink. Give that a solid C. Now we have Sentinel of the Nameless City. 2 and a green for a 3/4 vigilance. A lot of creature types there. Merfolk, Warrior, Scout. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a map token. Boom. A tier. You already know that I love exploring, and this is going to give you at least 1 explorer, even if it immediately dies. And if it does stick around and get to keep chipping in with those vigilant attacks, then you're getting more and more map tokens, and that body is huge for the mana cost. That vigilance also incredibly relevant. A 3/4 that you're going to have up on blocks all the time. Card seems great. Easy A. Now we have the Skullspore Nexus. Double green and 6, so 8 mana for this legendary artifact. It does cost X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. And whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control die, create a green fungus dinosaur creature token with power and toughness equal to the total power of those creatures. For 2 mana, you could tap it and double target creature's power until end of turn. Okay, I'm going to give this an A tier as well. Obviously, you have to do some building around this, but if you're in green, you're going to have some higher power creatures. I think if you can get this on the board for 5 or 6 mana, like 5 or less, I think is where it's ideal, where it's the best, then it's going to be pretty great. You just have a combat trick every single turn to double somebody's power, and if any of your creatures die, you just immediately replace them with the token fungus dinosaur that's just equally large. I think this is real solid. and I will be happy to play around with it. Now we have Spelunking, 2 and a green for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, then you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put a cave onto the battlefield this way, you gain 4 life. Lands you control enter the battlefield untapped. Alright, so all your caves hit the board untapped, and it's just draw a card, play a land. So it's explore. Yeah, draw a card, play a land is an effect we've seen for 2 mana on Explore and Growth Spiral at common. This is 1 mana more, but now all your caves enter untapped as well, and you might gain 4 if you're a dedicated cave deck. I'm going to give this like a C. I don't think anything should play this unless you have the caves to get the benefit of having your lands enter the battlefield untapped, but you have a lot of tap lands and you're trying to ramp up, then this could be a perfectly solid card. Now we have Staggering Size. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample till end of turn. Alright, very filler combat trick. Just, do you need combat tricks to play it? You don't, then you don't. Give that a D. Super adorable artwork though. Now we have Tendril of the Myco Tyrant. 1 and a green for a 2/2 fungus wizard, and then for 7 mana, put 7 +1/+1 counters on a non-creature land you control and make it a 0/0 fungus with haste. So you turn it into a 7/7 basically. Okay. 2 mana 2/2 with upside, but that upside doesn't do anything until you have 7 mana. I mean, if you get 7 mana, this card is insane. But until then, it's your 2 mana 2/2, and you're going to have to probably just play it and trade it off most games before you get there, but it really pays off in those games where you do, so still going to give it a C+, but I don't think it's like a super high pick B tier card. Now we've got a Thrashing Brontodon, 2 green and 1 for a 3/4. You can spend 1, sack it, destroy an artifact or enchantment. Alright. Undercosted, overstated creature with additional flexibility. Main deckable artifact enchantment removal. Solid dinosaur, give that a B. Now we have Twists and Turns. 1 green mana for an enchantment. If a creature you control would explore, instead you scry 1 and then it explores, so you can set up to have what you want on top, be it a land or a non-land. Also, when this enters the battlefield, target creature you control explores, and when a land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands, you transform this into the Mycoid Maze, which is a cave, which could be relevant. Taps for a green, and you can spend 3 and a green, tap it, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal a creature from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. This seems pretty solid. So if you play this after you have a creature on board, then you get to scry 1 and explore the turn you play this. And then obviously you want to play other cards that explore to get extra value, but once you get to 7 mana, you have a mana sink little card draw engine pulling creatures out of your deck. It's pretty cool, pretty fun. Pretty reasonable reason to play some explore stuff. Give this... I still don't think I'm taking this over most of the solid B tier like creatures and stuff, so I think it falls just behind it like C+ there. Now we have Walk with the Ancestors. 4 and a green for a sorcery. Return up to 1 permanent from your graveyard to your hand and discover 4. So it's like a draw 2, but one of the cards you draw goes straight onto the battlefield. Whatever mana value 4 or less cards you find off the Discover. It's fine, but it's pretty high variance as Discover as a mechanic is, so I think I'm honestly just going to give it a D tier. And that does it for all of the green spells. So now I just have to scroll through the multicolored cards again, and we will end things off here with the colorless spells and the lands. Here we are now with the colorless spells. Buried Treasure is going to be our first one. A 2 mana artifact treasure that you can sacrifice for a mana of any color, and then when it's in your graveyard you can spend 5 and exile it to discover 5. So you get your card's worth of value out of it from your graveyard later, but initially dumping 2 mana into just getting a treasure is pretty dang bad. I want to give this probably a D. I mean, that Discover 5 from the graveyard goes a long way, but I just don't think it goes far enough to make it a reasonable playable most of the time. Now we have Careening Minecart. 3 mana for a vehicle. It's a 3/3 vehicle that crews for only 1, and whenever it attacks, you get a treasure token. Solid B. A lot of that is thanks to it being colorless, so it can fit into any deck, and having a crew of only 1, so again, it can fit into any deck. You're going to have creatures that are big enough to crew it. But yeah, consistently get some treasure tokens in there till this thing trades off with something. I think that's a very solid vehicle. Now we have Cartographer's Companion, 3 mana for a 2/1 gnome, and when it enters the battlefield, create a map token. This is really expensive as a way to explore. It's basically 4 mana for a 2/1 that explores, but thanks to the map token, you could sacrifice that artifact or tap that artifact for some other kind of value, or you could explore onto a flyer or something instead of your 2/1 body. So a map is probably a little better than if this just was a 4 mana card that explored. Not significantly though. This is the worst explore card we've seen so far. But it does give you two rectangles off one thing, not 2 cards. It gives you your 2/1 body and your map token. It gives you 2 artifact permanents towards the tapper stuff. There's enough synergies for this that I'm still going to leave it at C rather than dragging it down to D, but it's definitely not a high C. Now we have Chamil, the Inner Sun. 6 mana for a legendary artifact. Spells you control can't be countered, and at the beginning of your end step, discover 5. So a 6 mana artifact that just draws you an extra card at the beginning of your end step every turn wouldn't be that great. It'd be fine. It'd be like Joda's Codex kind of value level, which was a solid maybe C+ probably kind of card. But this casts the spells you're hitting every time. And there's a little bit of extra value in stopping any counter spells. Yeah, I think I just give this thing an A. I think this is good enough to just pack one, pick one, and stick it in anything. And just play this thing. Next up, we have Compass Gnome. 2 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land or cave, reveal it, shuffle, and put it on top. Just going to give this thing a C. I think if you're really hurting for mana fixing, you can play it. Or if you're the cave deck, but if neither of those things are true, it's basically a D. You just probably shouldn't put in your deck. Now we've got Contested Ball Game. 2 mana for an artifact. Whenever you're dealt combat damage, the attacking player gains control of Contested Ball Game and untaps it. 2 mana, you can tap it, draw a card, and put a point counter on it. Then if it has 5 or more point counters on it, you sack it and create a treasure token. Wow, so whoever wins the ball game doesn't even like really win. Okay, well that is just not great. 2 mana play, 2 mana to tap, draw a card. If you can keep control of it, it's not bad. That's like Sunset Pyramid, just 2 mana artifact, 2 mana tap, draw a card. You can do it like 3 times with Sunset Pyramid, and that card was pretty solid. The problem is you just don't know that you can keep control of this kind of thing. I am very much not a fan of these kind of cards that are reliant on your opponent not being able to hit you, because you have to play in such a specific way that can be hindering your game plan generally. And sometimes you're just in a really bad matchup for it, where your opponent has like 3 fungus tokens on board, and like, what are you going to do? Just not going to block there. I really don't want to end up playing this card. I'm going to put this at D. Now we have Dig Site Conservator. Now we have Dig Site Conservator. We have a 2 mana 2/1 artifact creature gnome. You can sacrifice it to exile up to 4 target cards from a single graveyard, but only at sorcery speed. Then when it dies, you can spend 4 to discover 4. So because you can only do it at sorcery speed, I'd say this card isn't great. If you could do it at instant speed, it's probably like a B tier card, because you can really stop graveyard shenanigans and shut off Descend out of nowhere, all that kind of stuff. That being said, I think it's still pretty solid to just turn 4, or when you're out of stuff to do, just exile all your opponent's best cards in their graveyard and just discover 4. Trade this into maybe something a little bigger later. So I think it's still a pretty solid card. Still going to give it a C+. Now we have Disruptor Wanderglyph. 4 mana for a 3/4 artifact creature golem. Whenever it attacks, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. And that is it. Alright, so it sits there, rips their graveyard apart to slow down all their big Descend cards. You'd have to get multiple attacks in with this thing though. 3/4 stat line wouldn't be tremendously hard to get a couple attacks in with it, but once your opponent has like 5 mana, they can play 4/4 easily enough. Yeah, it's not that exciting for its mana cost. It's not that helpful, really. This is pretty filler. I think I'm just going to give it a D. Now we have a Hoverstone Pilgrim. 5 mana for a 2/5 flyer with Ward 2. And for 2 mana, you can put a card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Very similar to the last card. The fact that you can get rid of cards in graveyards at instant speed off this one's pretty cool. That's going to add a bunch of extra flexibility in shutting off Descend out of nowhere. You can obviously also use this to make sure you don't mill out if you're really descending. So that's cute as well. But at the end of the day, it is a 5 mana 2/5, even if it has flying and ward and a decent ability. So it's never going to be great. But I think being able to interact with the graveyard at instant speed still keeps this from like being unplayable or anything. So I'm going to keep it in the C tier. Now we have a Hunter's Blowgun. 1 mana for an equipment. It equips for 2, gives the equipped creature +1/+1 and death touch during your turn or reach during your opponent's. Yeah, don't love these kind of equipment, even if they only cost 1 to equip. That's just going to be a D tier card. Now we have Matzalantli, the Great Door. 3 mana for a legendary artifact. You can tap it, draw a card, and discard a card. You can spend 4 mana and tap it to transform it if there are 4 or more permanent types among cards in your graveyard. So in this format, realistically, an artifact, creature, land, and enchantment. So that will take some work to get all 4 types. But if you get there, you get the core, which taps for X mana of any color where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. Oh, okay. Well, by the time you've somehow gotten all 4 of the relevant permanent types into your graveyard, you're just getting mana. Like, you've already got enough mana at that point. So I really don't like this card. This is almost entirely just the draw a card, discard a card engine. This thing gets a D. Now we have the Millennium Calendar. 1 mana for a legendary artifact. Whenever you untap 1 or more permanents during your untap step, put that many time counters on the Millennium Calendar. You can spend 2 mana and tap it to double the number of time counters on it. And when there are 1,000 or more, you can sacrifice it and have each opponent lose 1,000 life. Well, that's a really fun card. Oh, I want to live the dream just like one time. It's going to be really hard to do it though, right? Because like, if you play this thing turn 1, it's going to get 1 counter on it turn 2. Then you double that so it has 2. You untap on turn 3, and it has 5 counters total. Then you double that, it has 10. And you have 4 opponents, like 14. Double that, it's like 30. At that rate, what, 60, 120, 240, 480, 800 something, and then you have enough to turn after that. This thing takes like 9 turns most of the time. If you get it like really late in the game when you're untapping a bunch of cards immediately, you might be able to do it in 8 turns instead of 9. But that's a really slow win condition. That is also not going to kill them unless you are spending the extra 2 mana every turn as well to get the double, because the double is what makes it 8 or 9 turns. If you're naturally trying to untap cards 1,000 times, it's going to take so much longer. So you got to be dumping the extra mana into double as well. Get those exponential returns. I don't think you should basically ever play this, but it's such a fun and cool way to try to win that I'm still going to give it a D. I'm not going to give it an F. I want somebody to try to do it, and I want somebody to succeed, and I want that somebody to be me. Now we have a Roaming Throne. This is a 4 mana 4/4 artifact creature golem with Ward 2. When it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. It is the chosen type in addition to the other types. And if a triggered ability of another creature you control of the chosen type triggers, it triggers an additional time. I feel like that's probably just an A tier. I mean, a 4 mana 4/4 Ward 2 is already a fine card when it's colorless, so it fits into any deck. But the thing that makes this A tier for me is like, if you think over the different archetypes that are available, blue-red artifacts, a lot of the cards that are triggering in the blue-red artifacts deck are pirates. If you're in green-red, it's gonna be green-red dinosaurs. If you're in blue-green, a lot of the explore cards that are triggering for that mechanic are merfolk, so you can say blue-green merfolk with the roaming throne. If you're in black-white, a lot of those sacrifice effects are on vampire creatures, so you can double up those triggered abilities. I think there's a lot of places where you'll just randomly have some creature type that's good to name with the roaming throne. So I like it a lot. I think it's a solid pack one, pick one for that flexibility, just being a solid colorless 4-mana 4/4. That gives you some extra value in almost every deck. Now we have Runaway Boulder, 6 mana for an artifact with flash. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 6 to a creature an opponent controls. And then it just sits there. Oh my god, I love that design. Okay, it's got cycling for 2 as well. If you want to get another permanent card into your graveyard, it gets an artifact into your graveyard for craft. That is really relevant. There's a lot of craft with artifact. So this might be kind of cool just to cycle for those craft with artifact decks. But yeah, if you have like no removal, then you can slot this into your deck no matter what you're playing if you really need removal. And I love that design. So many artifacts, almost all artifacts really do something when they're on the board. They want to make sure that, like, even if they haven't entered the battlefield effect, there's some benefit to having it stick around on the board. But it's so flavorful to just be like the boulder just runs down, it rolls down the hill, it deals 6 to something, and then it just sits there. It just sits on your battlefield doing literally nothing. Because the cool thing is, in this format, as flavorful as it is to have just a useless boulder sitting around, you can still use the boulder. You can craft with it if it's on the battlefield, or you can tap it to your stuff that wants to tap 2 cards. I really like the design on this thing. It doesn't make the card any better. It's still a 6-mana removal spell, which is a lot, but the flexibility of being able to cycle it for those craft artifact decks is really fun. I think that still makes it a D tier though, because for any non-blue-white craft deck, this is your absolute backup removal spell if you didn't get to draft anything else. If you are blue-white craft, this probably does go up to C tier, but still not anything above that. It's not a premium common or anything. Now we've got a Scampering Surveyor, 4 mana for a 3/2 gnome. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land or cave, put it on the battlefield tapped or shuffle. This is a great card for the cave decks, and it's a super solid, super reasonable card for basically anything. Other than that, it's always a 2-for-1, a 3/2, and a land, and the land card you grab hits the board immediately. Yeah, I'm just giving this thing a solid B. Now we have a Sorceress Spyglass. Now a Sunbird Standard is a 3-mana artifact. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, and for 5 mana you can craft it with 1 or more. So exile this artifact, exile 1 or more other permanents. I wish it said craft with 1 or more permanents instead of just craft with 1 or more, because that's really confusing to read. So, okay, craft with 1 or more permanents, just anything. Any permanent. A random land sitting in your grave or on your board works. Cool. And you craft it into the Sunbird Effigy, which has flying, vigilance, and haste. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of colors among the exiled cards used to craft it, and you can tap it for each color among the exiled cards used to craft it, add a mana of that color. Well, by the time you're doing a 5-mana craft ability in Draft and Sealed, you don't really care about the tapping effect. So this is a mana rock for your 4-5 color decks that turns into a creature later when you're out of stuff to do. Just try to exile as many different colors of stuff from your graveyard, get a big flying vigilant haster. I mean, it's very narrow. I don't think I would play this in anything that isn't at least like splashing in a 3rd color. And even then it would want to be a slower, grindier deck. Just because of how narrow it is, I think it does stick at the C tier, but in those 5-color decks in that late game, out of stuff to do, just slam down a 4/4 Flying Vigilance Haste, or if you're super lucky, try to get the 5/5. Pretty cute. Now we've got a Swashbuckler's Whip. 1 mana for an artifact equipment. It equips for only 1 mana, An equipped creature has reach, and for 2 mana you can tap it to tap an artifact or creature, and for 8 mana you can tap it and discover 10. So, kind of like a more expensive Icy Manipulator, but it's a lot closer to the creatures that let you tap the creature and tap something. Because you have to tap one of your creatures every turn to do this. The biggest flaw of those kind of tappers, or one of the big flaws, was that they're creatures, so it's easy for them to die. With this, if the creature you're trying to use to keep tapping things down dies, you can move it to another creature, which is cute. So I think it's a little stronger than most of the tapper sort of creatures, but still nowhere near as good as Icy Manipulator, which is just 1 mana to tap an artifact or creature every turn. The flexibility, if you get to 8 mana, of being able to just start casting spells off the top of your library for free, is really cool and really fun. And it is a built-in way to try to prolong the game long enough to get there. I kind of want to give this a C+. I think in a really grindy deck, this could be a nice way to try to stall things out and then just take things over with that Discover 10 frequently. Now we have Tarian's Soul Cleaver. 1 mana for a legendary equipment. Equipped creature has vigilance. Whenever another artifact or creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. And it equips for 2. This seems fine. Kind of narrow. So there's 2 places I think it becomes really good, and you probably do want to take it pretty highly. Those are going to be decks with a lot of tokens. So blue-red treasure token decks and blue-green map token decks, because you can get those artifacts going into the graveyard a lot. But then also the black-white sacrifice deck that can ditch a bunch of creatures at instant speed to get a +1/+1 counter on their thing at instant speed could be pretty good. You know, there are enough synergies. I want to give this a B. I don't quite want to give this an A. I don't think it's a slam dunk for every single deck, but I think there's multiple archetypes that can use this quite well. Now we have Threefold Thunderhulk. 7 mana for a 0/0 artifact creature gnome, but it enters the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a number of 1/1s equal to its power, and they're 1/1 gnome artifact creature tokens. You can spend 2 mana and sacrifice another artifact to put another +1/+1 counter on it. So a 7 mana for a 3/3 and 3 1/1s, it's already actually not terrible. And then you could just sack all the 3/3s, attack, and get 6 1/1s and have a 6/6. This is pretty cool, and I love that even if they just kill it, you have gnomes sitting around. This is a very fun card. It's a lot of mana. A lot of mana for sure. Still want to give it an A tier, though. Now we have Throne of the Grim Captain. 2 mana for a legendary artifact. You can tap it to mill 2 cards. Then you can craft it for 4 mana. You have to craft it with a dinosaur, merfolk, pirate, and vampire. This is another kind of like a 4 colors sort of payoff. At least 3 colors to hit all those creature types. You could get a merfolk and a pirate in blue, and then you could get a green dinosaur, a white vampire, so that'd be, what, blue, green, white there, something like that. Most of those creature types can overlap in 1 color. And then if you flip it, you get a 7/7 Menace Trample Lifelink Hexproof. Whenever it attacks, each opponent sacks a non-land permanent. Then you can put an exiled creature used to craft it onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking. Oh my god. Okay, this is a strict build around, but it is a strong one. Again, because of the overlapping colors, you gotta be 3 colors, but I think you can get there. I mean, there's multiple different 3 color pairs you can do this with. You could have a green dinosaur, a green merfolk, a red pirate, a black vampire. So green, green, black, and red. Do a Jund deck there. The self-mill's pretty fast. Mill 2 cards every time you tap it. And that is going to be fueling your Descend while trying to dig for those 4 different creature types for the card. I want this thing to be good. I really do. It's insane if you can flip it. You have to put a lot of work in during the deck building to get it to where it can flip, though. So it is a restrictive card. I think that's... No, it's not going to keep it out of the A tier. I was going to say, I think that might keep it down to a B instead of an A, but it's so absolutely nuts if you flip it. It's got hexproof. It has hexproof if you flip it. So they can't even like stop it from getting the first trigger. And then in order to stop it from getting another attack in, they have to be able to kill a 7/7 menacing attacker. No, this... You have to put in a lot of work during the deck building, but you get paid off when you get there. Now we've got a treasure map. This is a reprint from original Ixalan, a 2-mana artifact. You can spend 1 tap, scry 1, put a landmark counter on it. Then if there are 3 or more landmark counters on it, you remove the counters, transform the map, create 3 treasure tokens that you can then sacrifice to draw cards off of the treasure cove. Treasure map has always been a very, very solid card in draft. It fits into literally every deck. It sets up your draws well, then it draws you additional cards later. Just a great little value engine in the draft and sealed environment. And that moves us on to the lands where we can see some caves. That's pretty much all there's going to be for these non-basic lands, but it'll be very nice to see the different options we have towards building those potential 5-color cave decks. First off, we have a Captivating Cave. It taps for a colorless, or we can spend 1 mana, tap it, and add a mana of any color, or we can spend 4 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. I think this is pretty reasonable. I like the sacrifice ability as extra upside to your little mana filtering land. So these mana filtering lands, if it was just tap for a mana and spend 1 tap, add a mana of any color, it would be D tier. Because the problem with that kind of fixing is when you're using it to cast something off color, you also have to cast it off curve. So if you have a 4 mana red spell in your green-black deck, you have to wait till you have 5 lands on the board to cast it, since you need to filter 1 of your mana through the Captivating Cave. You have to tap this and an additional land. So I don't love it for just purely the mana fixing. It's last resort kind of mana fixing at the D tier. But when you stack on the fact that it is a cave, which is a relevant land type, and it has a sacrifice ability if you flood out, which will not only give you some +1/+1 counters when you're flooding out, but it will add to your descend. It will have you technically having descended for the turn, and it will add to the total number of permanents in your grave. I think that's enough added bonus to jump it up from D to C tier. And then we have Cavern of Souls. This is a mythic rare land. When it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type, tap for a colorless, or tap for 1 mana of any color, spend it only on the creature type chosen, and that spell can't be countered. This is an S tier card for constructed formats. This is something you should pick 1 pack 1 every single time in paper because of the financial value of the card. But if you're drafting on Magic Arena, if you're drafting in a competitive event, just trying to win games, I don't think you take this card very highly. Even if you end up in green-red dinosaurs, blue-green merfolk, something like this, this is only giving you colored mana for your creature spells, even if all your creatures are the same type, and only most of them are going to be the same type, so it actually is quite a downside. You will be tapping for a colorless a decent amount of the time. I think this is more of actually a D tier land instead, as its limited viability. Now we have Cavernous Maw. This is another cave. It taps for a colorless, or you can spend 2 mana and have it become a 3/3 creature till end of turn. That's still a cave land, but you can only do that if the number of other caves you control and caves in your graveyard is 3 or greater. It feels like a constructed-oriented card, because that's not a very big payoff for getting a lot of caves in draft and sealed. It's not a big enough payoff to pay for the fact that you're playing a colorless producing land, I think. I think this gets the D tier. I think the only deck that wants this is the cave deck, and even that is questionable, because your cave decks are likely going to be multiple colors, where having a colorless land really hinders your mana base. Now we have Echoing Deeps. This is another cave. It enters the battlefield tapped as a copy of any land card in a graveyard, except it's a cave in addition to its other types. And it taps for a colorless. Once again, just put it in the cave deck. You're not doing any combos with this thing in draft and sealed. You're not milling an incredible land and turning this into a copy of that. You're just playing a colorless land just because it's a cave. That's about all you're doing with it. Now we have Forgotten Monument. This is another cave. It taps for a colorless, but it has a really nice ability where it gives all of your other caves the ability to tap for a mana of any color if you pay a life. This, I think, is going to be a big build around uncommon for the cave decks because it fixes your mana perfectly for your 5-color cave shenanigans if you're going that hard on the caves archetype. I think this is a sweet one for the caves decks. Now we have Hidden Cataract, and this is going to show us the cycle of common caves in the format. There's one in every color. It enters the battlefield tapped, taps for a mana of its color, or you can spend 4 and a blue, tap it, sacrifice it to discover 4. So it's kind of like one of the sphere lands or something that you can sacrifice late game to draw a card, except with this one, it casts whatever you draw immediately. I think these are very solid value, perfectly reasonable pickups. I think as soon as there's no solid C-tier playables, once you're down to D-tier filler cards, you should always slam the cave over any of those, and maybe probably over some of the other like C-tier playables, but I would take these below the C+ tier commons, like the best commons of each color. I'm definitely taking these way after I'm trying to take cards like a Braid or like the 2-mana 1/2 that explores those really solid commons. So I'm just going to put these at the C tier. And there's the rest of them there. Now we have Pit of Offerings. This is another cave. It enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 3 cards from graveyards, taps for a colorless, or it taps for a mana of any of the exiled cards' colors. So the big issue with this is if you draw it in your opening hand, it's going to be a horrible land, right? You're going to draw this in an opening hand. Sometimes you're going to have to mulligan because of it. Draw it in an opening hand that's like 2 forests, a Pit of Offerings, and then a bunch of green and black spells, and you're like, well, this sucks. But if you draw it later in the game, each player's probably going to have some stuff in the graveyard, and this can be a good little mana fixing card for that 5-color caves deck. So it's a pretty high variance offering for the caves deck, and it's only for the caves deck. I think for that reason, it probably sticks down to D again. Now we have Promising Vein. Another cave. Taps for a colorless, or you can spend 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. This is exactly Shire Terrace from Lord of the Rings, just it's a cave now. So that land played pretty poorly in the Lord of the Rings format, but this has a couple things going for it. So first off, the reason that it plays poorly where the Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse lands that you can sacrifice for free don't play poorly is that this can really ruin your mana curve. If you play this turn 1, it can't sacrifice itself. Then on turn 2, a lot of the time in modern limited sets, you kind of need to be curving out from that point on. You got to spend 2 mana and play your 2-drop on turn 2, then 3 mana for your 3-drop turn 3, 4 mana for your 4-drop on turn 4. And yeah, sure, sometimes you play another 2-mana spell on turn 3 or a 3-mana spell on turn 4, but the way that it works is you have to tap your Promising Vein and another land to sack this and pull out another land. So you actually have to have 2 extra mana sitting around on the turn that you want to sack this, and that is a hard sell. Now that I've gone over the negatives of the card, let's go to the positives that are specific to the format. Again, it's a cave, but also this helps with your descend cards. If you have something that wants you to have descended this turn, you can sack the land and now a permanent has hit your graveyard this turn. If you're just trying to up the number of permanents in your grave, it's going to go to your grave and help that. So it has more ways to get value out of the secondary effect than the Shire Terrace did in Lord of the Rings. And I think that hopefully buffs it up from D tier to C tier. Again, because the cave decks are going to like the card a lot, because it mana fixes them for whichever of the 5 colors they want while being a relevant creature type, and even non-cave decks might have good uses for shoving a land card into their graveyard. And now we have Restless Anchorage. This is the first of the rare dual land cycle. This enters the battlefield tapped, taps for a white or blue, and for 1 white and a blue until end of turn, it becomes a 2/3 with flying that is still a land, and every time it attacks, you create a map token. This is a solid A tier card. It's going to be incredible if you're already in blue-white. You're just going to scoop this up over pretty much anything, and it's a decent enough reason to try to head in that direction. I think that these creature lands are probably going to be equivalently powerful to the ones we saw in Wilds of Eldraine, which were pretty much all A-tier spells. Well, spell lands, a mixture of both, sort of. And now the Restless Prairie. Adorable land there. Taps for a green or white, and for 4 mana, you make it a 3/3 llama until end of turn. When it attacks, all your other creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. I think this one's a little bit weaker than the blue-white one, because the blue-white one is a better attacker by itself. This needs a good board state, but if you have that board state, it can be stronger. I think it still ends up at A tier. Next up, we've got Restless Reef. This is the blue-black dual land. For 2 blue and a black, it's going to become a 4/4 blue and black shark with Death Touch, and whenever it attacks, target player mills 4 cards. Again, super solid value here. You can mill yourself, or you can mill your opponent, whatever is going to be better in that game. And the Death Touch makes sure it can trade into anything on blocks out of nowhere if you need to do that. Solid A tier dual land. And then we have the Restless Ridgeline in red-green. This one becomes a 3/4 for 4 mana, and when that attacks, another attacking creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Untap that creature. Again, A tier, great dual land. Restless Vents is going to be the final of the 5 dual lands in the set. This one tapping for black or a red and turning into a 2/3 insect with menace for 1 a black and a red. And whenever it attacks, you can discard a card to draw a card, which is going to be great because by the time you're activating this, you're probably out of stuff to do, so you can ditch extra lands to draw more cards and fill that graveyard. So another A tier land. We've now got a Sunken Citadel for another cave. This is going to enter the battlefield tapped. As it enters, choose a color. It's going to tap for 1 mana of the chosen color or 2 mana of the chosen color to use abilities of land sources. So this is your Evolving Wilds, your enter the battlefield tapped land of any color in the set, which is going to be at a premium for the cave deck and pretty much nobody else, but for that build around cave deck, I think this is a B tier card, very high pickup. And the final card in the set is Volatile Fault, another cave that taps for colorless. With this one, you can spend 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. They can then search the library for a basic, put it onto the battlefield and shuffle, and you can get a treasure token. So this is very clearly a constructed card, not something I would want to play even in the cave decks, because it is just a colorless land for the longest time. Maybe there is one matchup in a blue moon where your opponent has 2 of the rare non-basic lands, and you have this thing sitting in your sideboard, so you pull it into the deck. But most of the time, I just would not play this card, and this one is going to be a very, very, very low D. And that does it for the Lost Caverns of Ixalan set review. That was my opinion on every single card that'll be available in the draft and sealed format. I'm super excited for the set. It's got a lot of really cool stuff going on, and I'm very ready to hop in tomorrow with the early access event. We're going to have daily videos of draft and sealed in Lost Caverns of Ixalan coming to you very, very soon. Thanks to Wizards of the Coast for providing me with the promotional early access account. But as for now, as for today, that is going to end today's video. As always, I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for their support, as well as you for watching the video. If you enjoyed this video and you'd like to see more like it, you can always like, comment, and subscribe to tell the YouTube algorithm to send you some more in your recommended feed. If you'd like to catch me live, you can check out the Twitch channel in the link in the description below. And if you'd like to support the channel directly, you can check out the Patreon link in the description below. But other than that, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again soon for some more Magic Arena.